All right, good morning, everybody. Yes, it is morning. Well, at least where I am, it's morning. Hello to you wherever you are. Yeah, okay. Let's just go with that. Am I awake? Yes, I'm awake. Am I tired? Yes. Am I getting ticked off because mama doesn't want to play with her puppies? A little bit. Yeah. It's yeah, you want to have them, but you don't want to play with them when they're growing up. Yeah, that's a real smart thing. Go on, Kube, go lay down. Go on. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, wherever the heck you are. Okay. I want to talk about a couple of things here real quick. There are times in our lives when our entire world could be swept out from underneath us. Okay. You know, I've kind of went through that for the last few years. Pretty much since 2020 happened, my life has gone to poop in a paper bag. You know, to kind of somebody leaves on your door and sets on fire, and you got to put it out. You know, and I know that it is frustrating that when those that you're depending on to get information from just all of a sudden aren't there anymore. And I know it's not easy because you're trying to figure out who to follow, who to listen to, who's going to give you the truth where it comes to all this information. You know, and this is the thing. Okay, guys. I want to talk about Dave for a second. Okay. Because somebody sent me a message this morning and it kind of made me reflect on what I've gone through in these last 4 years. See, even though I've been flat broke, can't afford to pay my bills, can't afford power, can't afford water, can't afford half the time, can't afford dog food, things like that. I've kept going. I've kept pushing along. And part of that, the reason that I've survived is because of followers who give a damn and have helped. Okay. Dave was not so fortunate. Okay. And what do I mean by that? Well, in the ending of a relationship, okay, somebody usually has to walk away. Okay. And when you walk away, you're giving up your entire life. Everything that you have built, whether it's from high school or college or whatever, you're walking away from it. Okay. Because you love people so much that you don't want to have any undue stress or hurt or pain that comes from it. So you kind of go walkabout. Okay. And you guys know what walkabout is. Okay. You know, how many times in your life have you just kind of wanted to walk away from everything and just kind of see what the world is doing out there that you're not a part of? Okay. And that's what he's had to do for the last year and a half. Okay. The man's gone through hell. He lost 2 of his dearest family members. Okay. And he's trying to rebuild. He's trying to get a firm footing. He's trying to get a roof over his head. You know, there's quite a few of you in chat that know what it's like to live in your car for a while, or to live on the street for a while, or have to pitch a tent somewhere. Okay. It doesn't mean that because he's trying to put his life together that he's trying to ignore everybody, that he's sold out on you or anything like that. Okay. I just want to put that out there. Okay. When I picked up the phone and called him and said, listen, I was told, I says, you know, and I know where it came from, but I just, I put it out there as, um, I heard a voice that told me to call Dave and tell him to get back to work. Okay. And he's doing his damnedest in order to do so. Okay. I was hoping and waiting for him to come on and tell you guys, but he did get a home. I spoke with him yesterday. Okay. He got moved in yesterday. He was completely ambushed body wise. It's taken a toll on him. It's taken a toll on him. Okay, but he got a home yesterday. Okay, he got himself moved in, and by the time he got done unpacking boxes, getting things put away, and he's got a little bit of help, but not a lot. Okay, he's got to take his first steps. Okay, in getting functional again. Okay, so I'm going to ask, especially his viewers, to please don't give up on him. I haven't given up on him. God hasn't given up on him. Okay. Because when I heard the voice and it told me to call him and tell him to get back to work, okay, I knew that it was going to set things into motion, that things were going to change for him. Don't lose faith. Okay. And I'm not asking you to have faith in him. Have faith in he who guides him. Okay. And give him a chance. Let him get his feet firmly planted. And he's going to be back with you. Okay. Just please. It's easy to give up on people. It really is. It's easy to give up on people. Sure, you feel a little bit of loss when you walk away and everything else. Okay. And it's tougher to hang on and give them that support. And I'm not talking about financially. I'm talking about just the support of knowing, of just knowing that with your prayers, your encouragement, that it can be the most uplifting thing in the world. Okay. So it's, we've got to stay firmly planted. Okay. And, I was trying to get him on to tell you guys that he got squared away with a home. Okay. And he was so damn exhausted from, getting moved in, the stress of everything that he's gone through for these months is extremely taxing on the body. Okay. And it's taxing on the mind as well. But I will tell you, he's going to be back full swing real soon. Okay. So let's just keep moving along. Okay. Now, I do things a lot different than Dave does. Okay. And I've told you guys this many, many times. What Todd, Cindy, and Dave did together was a awesome layout of information for you guys. Okay. They did the deep dives with you, everything. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of time. Okay. I've got a farm that I have to take care of here up until the time that I leave here. I've got, 21 German Shepherds here. Okay. That have to be cared for. Is it 21? No, there's 14 and 9. 14 and 9 is, I don't even 14 and 9. Oh Lord. 30, so that makes 23 and then 7. So I got 30. I have 30 German Shepherds here right now. Okay. That's a lot of work. And let me tell you, it is, it is not easy in any way, shape, or form. Okay. To do as much training as I possibly can, getting them out, exercising them as much as possible. If you want a puppy, come get it. That's all you got to do. Come and get it. Come and get it. I'm not one of those guys who will ship a dog. If you want a dog, you got to come and get it. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And this is I'll put the email address up there for you to that you should email me at. This one I check on a regular basis. The others I don't really pay much attention to anymore, just because of my schedule wise and everything else. Plus, it's I've been battling with just keeping internet out here, and it's been a lot. But the difference between what I give you and what they give you, there is a big difference. I know that, and it's it's on the screen there, Lisa. This is the thing is that what my objective has always been is bringing the truthers back to YouTube where they belong, back to Facebook where they belong, where they got, where the truthers have been removed, the real ones, the real truthers, the ones who gave you the sauce. Okay. They gave you the sauce. Okay. And they gave you the receipts at the same time. Okay. Now, the cool thing about Dave, Cindy, and Todd was that they gave you the receipts at the same time they showed you, and they showed you how to do this stuff yourself. Okay. So I know a lot of you have kept up with that. And I have great respect for all of you that have the time to be able to do that, but guys like X22, and we know, sure, they've established themselves on other platforms, but look at it like this: it's taken them 4 years to get back to the 400,000, 500,000 or more viewers that they had here on YouTube when they got taken down. A lot of these guys were close to 1 million followers, and they were real truthers. That's why YouTube got rid of them. YouTube didn't get rid of them because of misinformation or disinformation or outright lies. Okay. They got rid of them because they told the truth. Okay. The same thing on Facebook. They got rid of them because they told the truth. And my understanding was, from what Q said, was never leave the battlefield. Okay. So my battlefield has always been Facebook and YouTube. Okay. Because of the fact of what I seen them do to them. Before that, I was putting out cannabis videos, teaching people how to grow, teaching them about strains that can help their particular medical situations. And it actually boosted my business, because of doing that. My cannabis business was very lucrative for a while there, but as soon as I started telling the truth, boom, they came after me. I was off Facebook for over a year, and then finally, all of a sudden, one of my accounts came back up, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, hey, back at it again. Here I go. Facebook, it's a lot harder to just make up another account. It really is. It's YouTube. It's another story. If you got a different phone number and you got different email addresses that you can work with, then you can get away with making more channels. The thing is these guys didn't want to go through that hassle. They just, figured they would just get themselves established someplace else. And I was like, no. We were told not to leave the battlefield. And that's why I keep bringing them back. That's why I keep bringing their content back here and playing it here, is because this is where it needs to be. Okay. YouTube has such an influence on people in regards to in regards to going along with the narrative that mainstream media is putting out, or that the government's putting out. Okay, that the only way that we can combat that is by putting that stuff here on Facebook and on YouTube, and saying, this is what's really going on, guys. A lot of people don't want to have to go chasing people down on Rumble. They don't want to have to go chasing them down on X. They don't want to have to go chasing them down on this and that. So I try to bring all of that to you here, so that way there you have basically one, it's like a one-stop shop. You got all your old favorite podcasters all together on one platform. And there are a bunch of new ones that are out there that are doing pretty good. I'll keep listening to them. I'll keep, seeing how they do things. And if I like them, I'll bring them on, and add them to the list. But I can't go on to Rumble and play all their videos there, because they're all there. You know what I mean? I come here because this is where they're not. This is where they've been blocked off so many times that they gave up on trying to fight these guys. And I just keep going along. I keep pushing along. Okay. So that was always my objective. It was never about, and sure, I would put, I would insert my personal opinion, my own speculation into a lot of the videos and things like that. But the fact of the matter is, this is their work. Okay. This is their work. And that's why, when I play their videos, I put their banner up with the title and where they can be found. Okay. Because I want people to go to them and say, hey, listen, I am seeing you on YouTube, and this is why I'm seeing you on YouTube, because you need to be there. And that's true. They need to be there. They need to be here. They need to be on Facebook. Okay. Because of the fact that, all too often, we get, we get these stories, and there's, and there's so much fear mongering behind them, and these guys aren't about the fear mongering. Okay. And the thing is, this isn't about fear. This is about understanding that a lot of this stuff has already been taken care of, and people are going to begin to realize that a lot of this stuff is already taken care of. Okay. But there is still a battle going on. Okay. Both spiritually and information wise, and pretty soon there'll be a kinetic element to this as well. Okay. And that's not to put fear in anybody. It's that knowing that from where we started and what we saw through watching Q and the drops, okay, is that there's a certain point where it states that yes, these things will happen, but they will be curbed very quickly. There'll be almost an immediate response. It's not going to last. Okay. But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be tough times. Okay. Well, look at what they're doing to our economy. Okay. Look at what they're doing to our financial system and literally trying to create the collapse. Okay. The actual attempt to destroy our country. Okay. Well, this is how we fight back. We remain calm. That's it. We remain calm. We restore ourselves and rejuvenate through our faith in Christ, our faith in our Heavenly Father, the creator of the heavens and the earth, okay, and our support from each other. And we fight back, and we fight back, and we fight back, day after day after day, okay? And we do it without the fear, okay? Yeah, crap's going on. Is it directly affecting us in our homes right now? No, not really. I mean, financially wise, absolutely, you know, but we kind of knew that that was coming, you know, so a lot of people have prepared for that. They've taken the time to stock up on things, you know, having that 30-day, 60-day, 90-day supply of food and things like that, you know. And if you did that 30 or 60 or 90 day, and you're just filling in the spots of things that you use up, then really you're ahead of the game, right? You know, you'll be able to be careful because that's hot. Okay, be careful. That's hot. Yep. I don't want you burning yourself. You know, and it's not, and I know it's not easy. Okay, and it's been extremely frustrating, and it's been exhausting, extremely exhausting for many of us. Okay. And we just keep moving along. What do I think about Derek Johnson? I think Derek Johnson, as a Marine, I know the UCMJ. I know the Law of War Manual, and he's spot on where all of that is concerned. I think that that there's a certain point where arrogance can get you into a lot of trouble. So, but he's an 80-20 in my book. He's an 80-20. Okay. And what do I mean by that? Most of you know, I kind of rate these guys on a scale. Okay. You know, where, wow, aren't they so vicious? What's up? I'm doing a show here and you guys are making all kinds of racket. What's going on? They are awesome. They are awesomely pains in my wazoo, but they are awesome. I just brought them in. They've been in the kennel all night, so they're trying to have a little fun and make a mess wherever and whenever they can. Yeah, sorry about my desk, and I live in this building with all these dogs, so it's like I don't really have any place to put anything, and with the amount of rain that I have outside and water that I have outside, I can't store anything out there right now. I did get the flooding under control last night though, so but this is my thing where Derek is concerned. Okay, when I give you guys my numbers, okay, Charlie Ward is a 40-60. 40%, 60% bullshit. Simon Parks was exactly the same way, a 40-60. 40% truth, 60% bullshit. Then you got a couple of guys that are out there that are 50-50s. Okay, you 50% truth, 50% bullshit. Okay, and then you start getting into the little bit better ones. Okay, you start getting into your 60-40s, 70-30s. You know, Derek's an 80-20. Okay, 80% of what he's saying is true, but the other 20% is a bunch of fluff that's thrown on top of it to make himself look good. Okay, and I don't really have any 100%ers. Okay, because it all boils down to personal discernment. Okay, and personal research that gets us to where we got to go. Yeah. So yeah. So but his ego is going to be what turns people off of him. You know. So I hope that answers your question. Cash Kelly, you know, a 100% truther. Okay. Cash Kelly. right there. I'll throw that out there. 100% truther. Actually was released yesterday. And he has to go through, I think he's going through a halfway house program in order to be able to, finish out his thing and not be locked up. Erica picked him up yesterday. They spent some time together. She's trying to get him set up with everything that he needs at this place. But I'm pretty sure that we'll probably be seeing him back with us, or at least out podcasting pretty soon. So that was, very, very, it was a nice message to see this morning that he was out and everything. So, so, okay. All right. So let's get into, he's only got one Facebook page that he will be using. I'd recommend, if you're going to get a friend request in, I'd get it in soon, or else you might be in a waiting period before getting approved. Hey, be nice. Okay. Calm down a little bit. All right, guys. Yeah. Wow. Telling you. I don't know how I do this half the time. I really don't. I'm telling you, I am exhausted. It's like, there's no way to explain it. It really isn't. It really is. I have no idea who the West Coast Wizard is. Somebody sent me something in Facebook in regards to that. Sent me a message with his photograph in it, but there was no link or anything to him. So I have, I have no idea who he is yet. So I'll really have to. I don't know who he is. I went like 9 days with no internet, so that kind of just kind of mess things up a bit. What's this here? People sending me stuff from all over the place. Oh, okay. All right. So there's okay. So we need to start getting into things here. Okay. So let's go here. Let me get. I have no idea who J Boy is. Never heard of him. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and start getting things going here. I'm going to turn my camera off now because I have to use an app in order to operate my camera, and uses up a lot of resources. So let me make this full screen. So Dave posted this morning, a couple hours ago. Either Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton are first arrest. The indictment unsealed will trigger mass pop awakening. This shit sandwich that we've been eating every day since birth, which got worse once we realized what it is and who it was that has been intentionally serving them to us, is our last. We will rejoice in justice for all of those children of God who were abused by them and their flow of corrupt fiat money. Out of 4,966 poll is the politically correct board on 4chan, where Q started posting anonymously. This is the only duplicate post with the exact same timestamp. 050345 is CIC Trump, which I've always said would not be the first arrest. Q is referring to for three reasons. One, it's one of the sealed indictments, which he is a part of unsealing. And 2, it will verify future action, which is not the direction we are going in. And 3, they will fight, but you are ready. If the arrest benefited them, why would they fight? And first indictment unseal will trigger mass pop awakening. First arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. Marker 9, Q. Okay. And then the second, so there were 2 posts. So you had 3716 and 3717 that were both referred to in that. Okay. So then we go 45 is also a poll, as is number hashtag 53 or number 53 that point back to both Obama and Clinton. Number 45, Huma, Muslim Brotherhood, Obama, Donna Brazil. Number 53, foundations, Clinton child trafficking, Obama foreign money. Why? First, to finance and control the digital only documents and the presidential library. So he's talking about follow Huma. What just broke with Huma? What did HRC instruct Huma to do regarding classified markings? Why is this story just now coming out? What relevance does it have? Why is Donna running for cover? Was a deal granted in exchange for something? Who made the deal? Do we care about Donna or those who instructed her to violate the law? Why is this being leaked? Simply versus simply prosecuted privately? Who is attempting to change the narrative and soften the acts that are forthcoming this weekend? List out all who have foundations. Why is this relevant? How can donations be used personally? Analyze the filings. Who is charged with overseeing this? IRS, corrupt, politically motivated. The level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe, there is only one way. Alice in Wonderland. Okay, so let's go back to here. Make sure that I'm on the right track here. Let me close this. Okay, and then finally, the 4553 and the blue numbers 75, 38, 264, all gold leading back to what is happening now. Dig. So it's not like he hasn't been giving us clues as to where to look all this time, because he has been. So let's pull them up. 75, 38, 264. God bless Patriots. We are proud. The strongest weapon in the United States is a patriotic American. By the time POTUS returns from his trip, the world will be a different place. Godfather 3. Alice in Wonderland. Alice. Lewis Carroll equals The Bloody Wonderland equals repost. Why did J.K. John Kerry travel to Saudi Arabia recently? What is Saudi Arabia known for? Where do the biggest donations originate from? Why is this relevant? What else is relevant with Saudi Arabia? Safe harbor, port of transfer. Why was there a recent smear campaign against John Kerry and POTUS? Why is the timing important? 4 carriers and escorts in the Pacific. Why is that relevant? To prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition. Russia, China. Or conversely, all for North Korea, or all 3. Think logically about the timing of everything happening. Note increased military movement. Note National Guard deployment starting tomorrow. Note false flags. Follow Huma. Prepare messages for reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms. Calm before the storm. So we got lots to think about, right? Lots to think about. Okay. Now, let me, Jamie Chapman's who will be the first arrest, and there appears to be Something going on. Oh, I guess Hunter finally makes a surprise appearance at the Oversight Committee hearing.
We can hear from him right now, Mr. Chairman. Let's take a vote and hear from Hunter Biden. What are you afraid of?
Hold on. Order.
Are women allowed to speak in here or no? Are women allowed to speak in here or no? Because you keep interrupting me.
I'll interrupt the chairman.
You keep interrupting.
I don't know that he's a lady.
I think that Hunter Biden should be arrested right here, right now, and go straight to jail. Our nation is founded on the rule
Put the cuffs on his ass.
and the premise
Yep.
that the law applies.
Jamie Chapman's pointing this out.
Point of order, Mr.
Let me see if I can actually find that cast. Let's see. I should have looked to see where he was broadcasting from. Oh Lord. Trying to think. C-SPAN, is it C-SPAN? I think it is that C-SPAN that does those hearings. Let's see. Let's see if C-SPAN is actually playing what's going on there. Keeps texting while I'm talking. Let's see. I would think that isn't C-SPAN like the only one authorized to be broadcasting from the chambers? Is that correct? That C-SPAN is the only one who can do that? Camera in court, correspondence dinner, campaign 2024, past live streams, videos. Let's see if there's a live. Nope, there's not a live on there. Okay, so yeah, I'll go ahead. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and get a video started, and while that's going on, I'll look and see if I can find. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Good morning, everybody. This is dope. I woke up today and yeah, I was able to just walk out and be free. It was awesome. But I'm reading through comments and looking at the messages that's being sent. And yeah, man, I just want y'all to know something. God always has a plan. Even when we don't think like things are fair or we shouldn't be going through something, God always has a plan. And there's a verse, right, in the Bible. You say, the steps of a righteous man are ordered by the Lord. Now, for me, what that means is a man who's in right standing. Righteous to me means right standing. A man that's in right standing, he don't got to worry about where he's going because God's guiding that. God's directing that. So I think back about this whole journey. Let me just say, when I first got locked up and I got my sentence, it crushed me. Like my heart dropped. That day, I probably cried more than I ever cried in my life. I kid you not. When they brought me back in that cell, all I could think about was my kids and what's going to happen. And are they going to be okay? And yeah, it was a big, big, big stress. Like it hit me hard, right? And then as time started going, I seen everybody was being taken care of by everybody out there. I got all these messages and all these letters coming in, and it kind of was a comfort. So then, you know, I prayed a lot. I prayed a lot. And I just, I'm like, you know what? God, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Just keep my kids good, you know, keep me good, and just help me improve myself. So that was the goal. And it was it was a great feeling because a lot of times when people, you know, they get incarcerated, they have them same stresses and worries that I had with, they don't have the support that I had. A lot of almost, I'm gonna say almost everybody that I met that while being incarcerated didn't have a tenth of the support that I had out there. So yeah, I knew I was good. Like God had me. I didn't got to worry about that part of my life. Everything on the outside was okay. I had to worry about me on the inside. And I just focused on being right. There's been multiple situations, you know, in my life, but even while being incarcerated, where I'm like, this is not good. This is not fair. Uh, I shouldn't be here. It was the being in DC DOC was, man, like I had so much going through my head, and then seeing all these men around me just going through the same thing and getting mistreated, and that really, it was horrible. But that's where I found my strength at, was right there, because as you all know, I was the only brother from the hood that was, you know, a darker skinned American that was there, you know, and being locked up with these brothers, I call them my brothers. I don't know how everybody's opinion is about January 6th and the people involved, but, and I don't care what they said on the news about them guys. Those is my brothers. They're my brothers. Ryan Nichols, Shane Jenkins, James McGrew, little brother. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and mention everybody, but all them guys that I was locked up with. I gotta mention Kelly Meggs, and I gotta mention Kenneth Harrelson. You know, they did Kelly Meggs and Kenneth Harrelson pretty bad. Really, Kelly Meggs got it the worst. But those are my brothers. And back to what I was saying, being there with them and finding my strength to speak up for them while I was locked up with them, because all the COs there were, except for one, was black. Everybody was black. You know what I'm saying? And they looked at these guys like the world did. They looked at them like white supremacists, terrorist group. You know, they had all kind of labels for these guys, except for the labels that they actually were: fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, men going through a tough time, and they weren't convicted. They were just pretrial detainees. So when you hear officer that looked like me call these men racial slurs, that gave me fury and the courage to say something. So I spoke up as many times as I could. Like, yo, why you calling these dudes this? You know what I'm saying? That's, you don't like to be treated like that. I stood up to the whole. We had a whole meeting. We had the captains, the lieutenants, the sergeants, the SIS or the ERT team. All these dudes in there, and I spoke up. I stood up and I spoke up. Like, yo, man, don't be mistreating these dudes, man. You calling them racial slurs. I say, man, do you not remember just 100 years ago, 50 years ago, you go back, things was bad, bro, for people that look like you and me. And now you're going to sit here and give that same energy that we fought to not have put on us as darker skinned Americans. I don't like using the whole black and all that, you know. But yeah, I'm like, y'all doing this to them. You wouldn't want that done to you. And I spoke up. And I became brothers with them. And I'll never forget Alan Barley. Shout out to my man Alan Barley. Love you, brother. He was he got up after that. Dude had tears in his eyes, man. He came up to me and he goes, I never, and he's an older brother, you know, older guy. I think he's from like the South or something. He go, I never thought I'd see the day where a black man would stand up for some white men. I say, man, it's because it's not about that for me. You know, he goes, no, I know, not for me either, but it just, man, thank you. And I'm like, you're my brother, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it's about. So in that place, I figured out that God had a plan. I wasn't supposed to be there. I was not. I had a whole top of the, you know, the January 6th stuff. So I wasn't supposed to be around a bunch of pretrial detainees, but God had a plan. God put me there with these brothers. And when he put me there with these brothers, it was for that reason, I feel, to show the narrative, to tell the truth about what happened. And here I am now free, looking back at it and realizing this. All right. They made these guys out to be the worst of the worst. But I told them God had a plan. I went through all kind of changes in there. Let me tell you. I'm talking about I did some soul searching because some of the guys really irritated me. Some of the guys really made me upset. Not because of, white supremacy or nothing like that, just because some of them were, jerks. But I don't believe they were actually jerks. It was just a high volatile situation. Everybody's stressed. And I still love all of them bros, man. Don't matter who they are. I know there's a lot of stuff to be said about some of the guys there, but I love them dudes. All of them are good guys, man. They got some fucked up ways sometimes, but we all do. And you got to understand, you got to have grace because they were in some tight spots. You know what I mean? So back to it. When I left from there, by the time we left from there, the treatment had changed. Not to say it was great, but it was a lot better than compared to what it was. We were being threatened. I was in fear that they were going to come in my door and try to get on me. You know what I'm saying? They did the same thing to my man, Scott Fairland. Love that brother. Really good guy. One of the guys I kicked it with good in there. But, there was a time where I had to stand up and say something to Hayes, Sergeant Hayes or Corporal Hayes. That's what it was, Corporal Hayes. Man, I got so on this dude, man. It was a custom out in front of everybody. I couldn't take it no more. And then after that, I'm like, oh man, they're gonna try to get me in here like they did to Ryan Samsel. Shout out Ryan Samsel, another brother. Yeah, it was a lot of times where I'm like, okay, God has a plan. This is why I'm here. This is the reason why I'm up in this spot with these guys. You know what I'm saying? So by the time I had left there, I had changed up a lot. I was working out a lot. I was getting real spiritual. I was reading everything. I was reading my Bible. I was reading the Quran. I was reading the Circle 7. I was reading the Buddhist stuff that they had. I'm talking about anything that had to do with spirituality. I'm like, I'm reading it all to try to keep my light, But God had a plan. So when I leave that place, by the time I leave that place, they shipped me to, was it Cimarron? No, Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma, and met some brothers in there. And then we start talking about the politics because my other case didn't even matter to people. It was all about January 6th. Everywhere that I've been, they want to know about January 6th, January 6th. So I had the chance because people were looking at me with a different eye. They didn't look at me as a gangbanger. They didn't look at me as a thug or a terrorist or none of that. They looked at me as a man that went and protested on Capitol grounds, that was trying to make his voice heard, that was standing for something that none of them had ever thought of standing for, right? So I started teaching them about the things that I've learned through politics and spirituality, and just trying to teach them about me. I'm not the same. I'm not this person that's around us, because where I went to Oklahoma, it was different. Let me just say it like that. It was different. Gang central, like a bunch of what they call active guys. So I had to still contain myself to be me while also not being pushover, if you will. I didn't want to be a just macho dude trying to act hard to nobody. I just stood on my own. I stood as Cash, and I treated people with respect, and I treated people good. And I could say this through my whole experience, I didn't want to have to put my hands on nobody in the system. And I didn't want to be that type of person, but I did have to fight 2 times the whole time I was locked up. And both times I got the chance to show mercy, and I did. I showed mercy to the dudes that I had to put my hands on. And after that, it was respect, because that's really all they respect when you're locked up. A lot of these guys that don't care about your spirituality, they don't care about your what you got going on in the world. To them, only thing that's respected is violence. So sometimes you gotta do what you have to do. I'll leave it there. But I didn't go crazy. Like, I'm not no stabber or nothing like that. I just put my hands on somebody. When I put them down, when I was done, I helped them back up. That's what I did. But beyond that, I got to really minister to a lot of dudes being locked up. you know, positivity, tell them about street lights and what we have going on in the world, tell them about Be the Change, and tell them what my stance is and how I'm not a gang member. I'm like, look, man, I keep kids out of gangs and away from drugs. I'm not a part of a gang, you know, which is dangerous to do in prison because uh, if they find out you were a part of a gang, which I used to be, then yeah, it's you got to answer for that and be like, yo, this is what happened. So, but again, God had a plan. No one cared. No one cared. They were like, yo, bro, that's amazing what you did. And then I had books that came in, the J6 book, and it's got my picture in it and all that. And people really was just focused on, yo, this dude is cool. They called me, you know what my name was throughout the prison system? It wasn't Cash. It wasn't the street light. No, even when I told them my name, it was J6. That's what they called me. They said, yo, J6. So yeah, there was that. But I got to talk to so many different dudes, way older than me, some younger than me. And I realized in them conversations are the times where I get to talk to these guys and tell them, you're better. You know what I'm saying? The dudes that was on drugs, hey man, why you doing that, bro? And then with the support that you guys gave me, I got to help out a lot of people that didn't have anything. There's so many people that's in the system that don't have anybody. And I don't know what they did in their life to make it to where nobody wants to help them. But it's a sad thing to see regardless. You know what I'm saying? So I got to help a lot of people, you know, and that was good. So in doing these things, God had a plan. And then the one dude that I had to put my hands on, that was on the federal side, uh, when I was done, he acted better around people. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't go and tell nobody what had happened. Some people knew what had happened, but he was better. And I know this is gonna sound crazy, but in my eyes, I felt like God had a plan because if it would have been anybody else, that dude would have got hurt badly, like stabbed, or he could have got killed. You know what I'm saying? And I got to show mercy and I got to help this dude. We became cool. And I ended up, kind of looking out for him throughout the bid that I was there with him. And yeah, so God always got a plan. The last spot that I was just at, man, you talk about bringing some positivity to some places, man. I went in there and I had people literally calling themselves streetlights. And you're gonna meet them. They want to come on. When they come out, a lot of them, some of them got a couple more years, some of them got a couple more months, but when they come out, they want to be a part of what we got going on with streetlights. Keeping kids out, away from gangs, away from drugs, out the streets, and keeping them positive, you know what I'm saying, and help the next generation. So through it all, I say all of that to say this. It seemed horrible in the beginning of this. Like I thought, like I told you, man, I cried, man. I cried many days, man. I cried in the shower, crying out to God. I wrote songs. I'm gonna sing one of them for y'all, some other time. I got a couple songs that I've written, and I'm grateful for God's plan. I'm grateful that I went through the system and seen everything that I've seen and met all the people that I met. I was walking around with Derek Chauvin. You know what I'm saying? No other brothers was messing with him except for my other brother that's he's Puerto Rican. His name's Pete. That's my guy. That's my brother. You guys are gonna love him. Y'all hear me? You're gonna love Pete. When he comes out, you'll see. You talk about a street light, that man is you talk about a redemption story, and it's wait until you meet my brother, man. He's a good guy. But yeah, I was with him. I got to talking and get his perspective about things because no one talks to him. Not the white dudes didn't talk to him. The brothers didn't talk to him. Mexicans didn't talk to him. Nobody talked to him. And yeah, so I had that experience. I was over there with him, and then before that, I was with the Asian brother that was with him, the other cop. And yeah, so it was all an experience. And I got a lot to say about that. That's a whole nother, live. But God has a plan. And everything that has happened has led me to this moment where I'm in right now, to where I'm okay inside. Like I'm good. I got some things up here I still need to fix, like for my personal self. Mentally, I've discovered things about me, like, yo, you need some work in these areas, Cash, because I got some fatal flaws. I really do. And I had to come to terms with that. But overall, I'm healthier. I'm a lot more smarter. I'm a lot more in tune with God. And I got a lot more drive to want to cause change in the world. I got a lot more. I want to be, I just want to be positive to people, man. I don't want to cause nobody no pain. You see people in pain in the system, and damn, man, it's rough. Sometimes it like, it hits you when you see the things that people are doing to themselves. They don't even see, they don't even realize what they're doing to themselves, let alone, you know, the destruction that they're causing for the people around them. You see people get stabbed and beat up over things that are just so small, the smallest thing. And it's sad. But then you see the brothers that's really going hard, trying to just make it home, trying to make it home, doing the best that they could. And what I found to be crazy through it all, right? And I'm seeing like, God brought me in this place for what? And I'm looking around and I see how different I am compared to the people that I thought I was before. Like back in the day when I was still the person that I used to be, I'm nowhere near that no more. Through this whole system, I never backslid. I never became that guy. I stayed moving forward to grow. And it's a tough thing, man. So if you know anybody, by the way, if you know people that's locked up, man, and you haven't written them, or you haven't reached out, or you haven't sent them any kind of no money, no finances, man, if you could do something for somebody that's incarcerated, I urge you to do it. It's rough, man. It is rough. There's so many guys that's in this system that they don't got nothing. They don't have anything. It's bad. And I don't know why they don't got nothing. Maybe they were horrible out in the world, but you could be somebody that helps give them perspective, whether that's writing a letter or you sending a little care package to them. But yeah, them letters go a really, really long way. Them letters got me through. To all of you who wrote me, I love y'all. And I got them letters. And when I get home, I'm gonna do a thing where I read the letters or shout out the people that wrote them, because yeah, it was inspiring, and it gave me a lot of encouragement, you know, to do what I was doing inside of there and be positive. So yeah, man, what seemed to be a bad thing was actually a blessing. Just like what Joseph told his brothers, you know, when Joseph, they sold him into slavery. So basically he went to prison for a while. He had it pretty bad. You know, he got hit for some stuff that he didn't do. And in the process of his brothers doing that to him, God always was in the works with a plan. He had Joseph end up becoming the second in command, only to Pharaoh. Only person that was ahead of Joseph was Pharaoh. And that is very strong to me. You know, it hits me. And there's at the end of it, his brothers come to him after he played them. They didn't know it was him. So he's playing them. He took his little brother and kept him, like, y'all not getting him back. Go get your father, bring him. So they go get the father. And the brothers come back and they like, man, they crying before they go get the father. They crying, man, bro, we sorry, you know? And he's like, yo, don't cry. He's like, what you meant for harm, God meant for good. God always got a plan. And it was for me to save you. Joseph ended up saving them. That's what he told them. If it wasn't for Joseph being there, they would have had no food. They would have starved of famine. A lot of people would have died. And he would have never been in that position had he not gone through prison, had he not gone through enslavement, had he not gone through the hardships that he went through. So trust and believe in the book of James, where it says, your trials, count them joy. You know what I'm saying? They're a blessing. That's how I look at it. All my trials been a blessing, man. It's all been a blessing. And life is beautiful. And God got a plan. And I trust that plan. You should trust that plan. If you're in a tough spot, take a breath and look around, because God's trying to show you something. All right. You in a hard situation, stop, breathe, and look around and analyze it, because God got a plan. He's trying to show you something. He's trying to build something in you. He's trying to bring something out of you that you can't get unless it's through struggle. You know, like them plants, man. I forget what kind of plants, some cactus. I forget the name of it, but they grow through struggle. They grow through struggle, desert, lack of water, lack of nourishment, but they grow. They grow. You know what I'm saying? The same thing is like a pearl. A pearl goes, it's in struggle inside the clam, right? That it struggles inside the clam and move, you know, the clam moving it around, and It's a hard thing to get a pearl. They are produced through struggle. That's how pearls get made, through struggle. So in your struggle, understand that God is trying to produce something in you. That's what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? You might not understand it at the time, because God knows I didn't. I didn't understand it at the time. I was still like, man, what's going on, man? What's going on? But take a step back, and I've gone through it, you know, and I'm probably going to go through more. You never know. There's always more to do. There's always more growth that needs to happen. There's always something that's got to take place to bring you to that next level. And if you're in that season in your life right now, stop, breathe, all right? And understand that you're in a moment where God's trying to bring something out of you. He's trying to produce something in you. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to be perfect. None of us is ever going to be perfect. I'm not perfect, y'all. I know you, everybody out there, y'all love me, and I love you back. But understand, I'm not perfect. I'm not. I got things like trust issues, and you know, I don't know. I got some work to do on me, you know. But at the end of the day, I know that God is working on me, you know, and he's going to bring me to that next level, and he's going to bring me through everything that I go through, because he always has and he always will. It's just what it is, but you got to walk in it. All right. Trust the plan. As long as you're walking right and you're in right standing, you can trust that God's moving you. All right. Another misconception I want to clear up before I get off here. Right. People say, Cash, you was, you know, it was so horrible what happened to you, and misjustice and all. And let me tell you, I like to believe this about God, all right? In life. In life, you do not direct where you go. And let me break this down to you. A current in the water, in a river, or in a stream, a strong current in the ocean, a lake, really strong current that pulls you and you can't swim against, all right? You can't swim against that current. And if you try to, you are at risk of drowning. Okay, because the current is stronger. Even if you're the strongest swimmer in the world, the strongest current in the world is going to pull you under if you fight it. That's how I view life and God, God's will. God is the current. Your life is the current. You're going in it. You have no option. If you try to go against it, you'll drown, and you end up going there anyway. You just be out of breath and dang near dead when you get there. Okay, but that current is going. You don't direct it. The only thing that you can do in this life is choose. That's it. I had deep talks with people that are religious, and I told them, you know, because they try to tell me what God's will is according to their religion. You know, I've went to Jumu'ah, I've hung with Muslim brothers. I've been to the Christian services, all the different ones. I've been to the Messianic Jewish service. I've been to Buddhist service. I've been to all of it. Okay. And everybody always that gets super religious and they find God in prison and they get real religious, they be the ones, right? They be the ones that's like, listen, you got to do this, and let me tell you something. This is what I've discovered. God's will. This is from me. This is my own philosophy that I feel was inspired. All right. This is God's will. And I can prove it because you can't stop it. Okay. To be born, to live, right? To live is God's will for your life because you're alive. You can't change that unless you do something unnatural, which will take you outside of God's will. You fight against that current and you die. You kill yourself. Don't do it. It sucks. Number 2 is to grow. You cannot stop yourself from growing. You could put somebody in a cage that's a baby and they're going to grow into an adult. It doesn't matter. You can't stop it. God's will is for you to grow. The third thing, God's will is for you to choose. Because even if you choose not to make a choice, you're still making a choice not to choose. Okay? You can't help it. It's just written in you. It's God's will. And number 4, to die. We all are going to die one day. Those 4 things I know for sure is God's will. Everything else, you decide. That comes from whatever religion you follow. You accept that, and that's cool. But those 4 things is God's will. So in the current of life, the only thing that you have is your choice. Wherever you go, wherever you end up in life, it doesn't matter. That's where you're supposed to be. And while you're there, be conscious, because this whole life is a journey that God got you on. And it's to see what you choose. Will you choose to be grateful? Or will you choose to pass the buck off and why me? Why is this happening to me? I hate life. And no, understand. Life is beautiful. Even the hardest parts of it. Even the hardest parts of it. You know, being locked up, when they took everything away from me, I still was able to look outside and say, man, that's beautiful. I appreciated the sunlight so much more. I appreciated seeing the sun rays, because I couldn't see the sun in DC. I seen the sun rays from the other side of the building hitting tombstones, because there's a cemetery out there. And I thought it was just the most beautiful thing. So, and then when you finally get to go outside and see clouds and it's all beautiful, I made the choice to see the beauty instead of the horrid images that you can put there. You know what I'm saying? To say, oh, you know, look at this barbed wire, it's ugly. Look at the, no, it's all beautiful. There's some people that are born blind, right? That would kill, that would give up anything. They give up their freedom to be able to see the horrible things that I've seen just to have the sight. There are people that are born deaf that would have loved to have been able to sit there and hear the crazy stuff that I heard being inside that place because they've never heard anything. So I choose to be grateful. I choose to be grateful. You should do the same if you want, but it's your choice. Choice is yours. So yeah, that's all I got for you guys, man. God got a plan. Trust it, man, and see the beauty. See the beauty. All right? See the beauty. I love you guys, man. I'll be back some other time. We'll talk a little bit more about January 6th and them brothers. We got to switch that narrative up because they doing them bad, man. They're doing them bad. Them guys ain't racist. The guys that I know, I can't speak for every J6 defendant, but the brothers that I've encountered along the way, I call family. They are my family. I love them to death. All right? So if you guys could support them, look out for them, I appreciate it, and they can use it. All right? You already know what time it is, guys. Unite, don't fight. Be a street light, because only you can be the change that you wish to see in the world. And when you get too stressed out, you got to remember to pray, America, because without God, everything falls apart. Until next time, I love y'all. Peace.
Well, I think that he puts it into perspective. I'm going to drop this link for you guys so that you can share out his message to everybody. Whoops. Why didn't it copy? Why didn't it do that? I think I did something wrong here. How do I get a link for this? Dang nabbit. These ones drive me crazy. Copy link. There we go. Okay. And here is that. And I give credit to Cash for for a lot of different things. Where it comes to me podcasting, him and I really had just started to get to know each other. Probably I'd say about a year before all this happened. And the funny thing was is his okay, so his introduction to me was, again, somebody was up on the panel and they were blaming cannabis for so many things that were going on. And I said, enough. I'm not going to sit back and listen to this. And I really respected Cash and what he had to say, but I wasn't going to allow people to use cannabis as the crutch of what was going on. And so I went up on the panel, and him and I became fast friends. It was we were passing a lot of truths between each other. We did a lot of praying. I didn't really stay in contact with him while he was inside. I tried to stay in contact with Erica as much as possible. I send her money anytime I had a bulk bit of money, I would send some for her. to take care of the kids. So it didn't leave me much to send to him on the inside. I was more concerned with the kids being taken care of, and it was no disrespect to Cash. It was that I was trying to help his kids, and help Erica, be able to provide the things that, that she needed for them without him being there. Basically one of the incomes was gone, from the household. That's no different than the situation that I see in the cannabis industry where, one person gets sick. That's one income coming out of the house. How are they going to pay for medicine? And it was, it was frustrating for me because of the fact that, I would see these people struggling, knowing that whether it was a child that was sick or maybe it was one of the parents that was sick, and all of a sudden that income isn't in the household anymore. How are they going to afford to be able to walk into a dispensary and get the things, you know, that they needed in order to get their bodies healed, get their minds healed. So it was, when I shared my thoughts with Cash on this, there was a clear understanding between the two of us that, that there was a purpose for that message at that time. And I've watched a lot of people's opinions change over these last years, in regards to it as a medicine, especially seeing everything that's gone on since 2020 until now medically, all the crap that they pushed out and everything, and me directing people to, um, you know, uh, to just really look at alternatives, that could be extremely beneficial for them. It was super, super important for me to do that. And he supported me in that. And I appreciated him so much because of that. And he gave me the platform to be able to, it was one thing doing my videos, showing the garden and talking about strains and everything else. But it was another thing for somebody to give you the opportunity to get onto their platform, with thousands of people and be able to share it and have people begin to understand, that there is more out there, and then our connection with God was another thing that was a focal point, and the other thing was the cue board. Him and I both understood that we needed to be the ones to research what Q was asking. We understood that, okay, and we did that. But those that were around him, everybody was against it. Everybody was, just Q-tards and all this other crap. Cash knew back then that there was a purpose for this, and as these years have gone by, we know that there is a purpose to this, and that everything is coming to fruition. And so I have nothing but a lot of love for this man, and nothing but great respect for him. Um, So got that up there now. Oh, I typed that in my own damn comments. Dang nabbit, that wasn't where I wanted it to go. Well, anyways, oh, there we go. Dang nabbit, how do I get to the original one? Oh, go here, and then I should be able to get. There we go. Okay. Oh no. Okay. All right. So we got that in there now. So I can get off Facebook now. All right. Let's get into some of our regular stuff. I got a couple of things I got to do here. So I need to be able to get up from the desk for a few minutes and stretch my legs and stretch the puppies out. So we're going to start off with our X22. And then why am I doing that? Because it's already up here. And we'll keep going. Brother Ganja, good to see you, brother. All right, here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3254, and today's date is January 9th, 2024, and the title of the episode is The World is Coming Together. Fake news says Trump wants the economy to crash. Fake. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Global financial storms might be raging, but thousands of investors are investing in precious metals with Noble Gold Investments, and they are smiling. They know that whatever happens, their investments will be safe from the turmoil. Protect your savings from market volatility with Noble Gold Investments IRA and claim your free gold bullion coin. Talk to a Noble Gold Investments expert today, and they'll talk you through your options. And if you qualify, they'll guide you through the whole process. Call 877-646-5347 today and take control of your financial future. Or visit x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. It's the only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment, and there's no guarantee of any kind. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private Western Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, they are completely losing control of the people, and the people, well, it looks like they're coming together. Think about what we're seeing out in the world where we have Germany, we have France, Spain, and Poland now. They are all now protesting, and they're backing each other up. And we can see that this is going to continue on as the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum continually push their agenda to actually bring us into the Great Reset. And the people aren't going to go along with it. Remember, the more they push, the worse it's going to get for them. And we could see the fake news. They are trying to push their narrative that Trump wants the economy to crash. Well, first of all, he never said he wanted the economy to crash. He said, if we continue on and the people don't elect him, we are going to head into a depression. Of course, they're making it seem like this is exactly what Trump wants. He wants the entire system to completely, utterly fall apart, but he's not the one that's doing it. It's Biden who's doing it. He is the one who is putting forth the Great Reset plan, the Green New Scam plan. And Biden took us from a place where we were energy independent, and he brought us to a place now we're dependent on everybody. So who really wants the economy to crash? Oh, that's right. It's the central bank. It's the World Economic Forum. It's the Biden administration, because they want to bring us into a new system. Trump is letting everyone know if they continue this and they continue down this path, that's where we're going to end up. And he's absolutely right. Now, we'll be talking a little bit more about that a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening out in Germany, because we can see the Germans, they are now protesting against their government. they're not going with what they want, and they're pushing back very, very hard. And we could see out in Poland, the Polish truckers, they decided to make a convoy, and they are now supporting the German people, the German farmers. And the world is coming together slowly but surely. The world is waking up. The world is fighting back. And I do believe this is going to continue as time goes on, because what are the people seeing? They're seeing that their plan, I'm talking about the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, their plan doesn't work with we, the people of this world. It actually works against us. And all you got to do is look at their entire push to usher in electric vehicles, to make everything wind and solar. Right now, electric buses are just like electric passenger vehicles. They're not ready for prime time, only more so. Proterra buses are a case in point. Cities that wasted money on them found they had far less range than advertised. They commonly couldn't complete even short, flat routes specifically designed for them. The enormous weight of their batteries cracked frames, and getting parts from the factory was virtually impossible. But to make up their failures, they were far more expensive than reliable diesel buses. Proterra went bankrupt in August of 2023. Biden gave Proterra at least $10 million and lauded it as the future. Wow, the future of bankruptcy, the future of, wow, we shouldn't go in this direction. When you start making thousands of buses a year, you're going to need more room for customers. That makes as little sense as anything Biden says these days. And what are we seeing? We're seeing that the government, I'm talking about the deep state players, they're giving these companies millions or even billions sometimes. And these companies continually go bankrupt because what they're trying to do is not going to work. Now, they know this. They know that the electric buses, the electric cars, in the end, this will not work with the way we have the world today. They know what they have to do. They have to reduce the population. They need to get rid of all these people. Plus, they're not going to be using electric buses or electric cars. Yes, you might see a couple of them, but in the long run, they're not planning on using them. They just want you to ride your bicycle. And you can see that there are certain agencies within the government, they were sounding the alarm that this isn't going to work. The EPA Office of Inspector General in late December published the findings of an audit which determined that the Clean School Bus Program was largely dependent on utility companies' ability to increase power supplies. Further, the program may also face significant delays. And they're saying that this isn't going to work. We just don't have the infrastructure for this. And this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And it already is. And we could see that the government, they know nothing about business. They know nothing about anything. Actually, they put the money into places where you know it's not going to work. Plus, they do a lot of money laundering through these companies. And this is why it never works out. Instead of doing this, why don't we build up our infrastructure? Why don't we make America great? Oh, that's right. They don't want that. They want the country as a third world nation. They don't want us using diesel fuel, fossil fuel. They don't want us doing any of these things. That's why they've never put money back into America. That's why they put the money, and by the way, this is the people's money, into these ridiculous programs that do not work. But you can see out in India, well, they're not going along with this. India plans to double its coal production by 2030 and add 88 GW of mostly coal-fired thermal power plants. That tells you everything you need to know. Countries are going in the opposite direction of what the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum wants. They're not going along with this. China's doing the same exact thing. They're going in the opposite direction. They're trying to force all of Europe, they're trying to force Canada, United States, and many other countries into having no fossil fuel, where they're dependent completely on electric, which means these countries cannot operate. Think about what they're doing right now. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Global financial storms might be raging, but thousands of investors are investing in precious metals with Noble Gold Investments, and they are smiling. They know that whatever happens, their investments will be safe from the turmoil. Protect your savings from the market volatility with Noble Gold Investments IRA and claim your free gold bullion coin. Talk to a Noble Gold Investments expert today, and they'll talk you through your options. And if you qualify, they'll guide you through the whole process. Call 877-646-5347 today and take control of your financial future. Or visit x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, or click the link in the description. It's the only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. And you could see their entire plan. I'm talking about the central bank, the deep state players, the World Economic Forum. Their entire plan is not working. Remember when Biden was out there saying, listen, we got to shut down and remove all the appliances that you're using. You can't use the refrigerators. You can't use the washer and dryers. You can't use the gas stoves. Well, it doesn't seem like it's going too well for them, because a federal appeals court shut down the Biden administration's effort to repeal existing regulations on dishwashers, clothes washers, and much more. The U.S. 5th District Court of Appeals issued an opinion in a legal battle between 11 red states and the federal government over the Department of Energy's efforts to impose energy and water efficiency standards for dishwashers and clothes washers, that asserted it is unclear that the DOE has statutory authority to regulate water in dishwashers and clothes washers. The Biden administration has attempted to push new standards for both appliances since coming into office in 2021 as part of the wider push to nudge the market toward more energy efficient appliances. The court's opinion also points out that there is ample evidence to support that the DOE's dishwasher standards actually accomplish the opposite of their intent, stating that they make Americans use more energy and more water for the simple reason that purportedly energy efficient appliances do not work. Think about the energy efficient toilet, where it uses a lot less water. How many more flushes do you have to do just to get the toilet flushed? I mean, really think about this for a second. It's not working out too well for them. And it's not working out with BlackRock, where they're trying to implement ESG, DEI, and everything else. Michael Seifert put this out and said, on December 18th, Attorney General of Tennessee filed a lawsuit against BlackRock for violating consumer protection laws with their ESG policy. Today, BlackRock fired 600 ESG employees. This is how it's done. DC Drano responded to this and said, BlackRock fired 600 employees from their ESG division less than 1 month after the Tennessee Attorney General filed a lawsuit against BR for violating consumer protection laws. DEI and ESG are racist, sexist policies and that have no place in our schools or workplaces. Absolutely. So you could see their entire push to bring us into the Green New scam, to push ESG investing. It is completely and utterly falling apart. And as they keep pushing, and as the people are awake and they can see what's going on, the people are starting to realize that what they're trying to do is a complete and utter dead end. It doesn't help the people. It's not going to make our lives better. Actually, it's going to do the complete opposite. No matter what these individuals say, whatever they're telling you, it's always the complete opposite. If they're telling you the economy is great, people are getting hired every single minute, inflation went away and the stock market is strong, well, just think to yourself, whatever they're saying, the opposite is going to happen. And you can see already that there are more and more companies that are laying off. If we go back to 2023, remember Citigroup, they're laying off 7,000 employees, Goldman Sachs, 4,000, Farmers Insurance, 11%, Charles Schwab, 6% of their workforce, Wells Fargo, 5%. Well, if we fast forward to today, these are the new layoffs. Lyft, 13% of workers, Opendoor, 18%, Stripe, 14%, Chime, 12%, Twitter, 50%, Morgan Stanley, percentage unknown, but they will be laying off. That tells you everything you need to know. It shows that we are not headed in the right direction. Companies wouldn't be laying off. They would be hiring more people if the economy was roaring and people were buying and people were investing. But the opposite is happening right now, and you could see why. A lot of businesses have shut down. A lot of people are being laid off. People can't afford things. And we could see when we look around the entire country, there is a lot of U.S. office vacancies, and the rate is continually increasing. Wall Street Silver put this out on X and said, the U.S. office vacancy rates have reached unprecedented levels of 19.6%, a 40-year high. Highest it's been in 4 decades. Note that this is without a recession, and thus is more concerning, especially for small banks, as they are the biggest lenders to office CRE. Everything is absolutely fine, or is it? It is not. And you can see that the economy that Trump built up during his time in the White House, where he put everything into place, is now completely falling apart. And the fumes that are left, well, they're running out. Now, of course, the fake news, what did they do? They took what Trump said and they turned it all around, saying that Trump wants the economy to crash in the next 12 months. So it hurts Biden's election chances. Basically, what Trump is saying is that Biden's policies, the central bank policy, the World Economic Forum policies, everything that they're doing right now is destroying everything that Trump has done. And Biden went ahead and reversed everything, and the economy is now breaking down. And as we approach the elections, if they keep this up and they keep this trajectory, the economy is going to go into a depression. And we're going to head from where we are today to a recession, to a deep recession. I already believe we're in a recession already, but I do believe it's going to get worse. And this is going to then lead to a depression. And yes, this will hurt Biden in the end. Remember, Trump didn't do this. Biden had the reins for almost 4 years. That's what people are seeing. The people are seeing that these are his policies. These are the policies of the central bank, the World Economic Forum. This is what he wanted to do, telling us that this was going to be fantastic, incredible. And when you look at the inflation levels during each presidency, you can see Trump had very, very low inflation, and Biden, he had very high inflation. And once again, people could see the difference. Now, remember, inflation is cumulative. So the period time that Trump was in office, he kept it very, very low. He couldn't fix the inflation going back to 1971 because it's already set, because that's the amount of currency that was circulating, and the value of the currency devalues when you do this. Biden, he brought it all the way up to almost 9% or so, and he can't reverse that. Yes, he can bring the percentage down during this set period of time, but everything that he did is already baked in. He can't reverse it. He can't go back to 2020 prices. It's not going to happen. And the people, they understand this, and they feel it every single day. Most Americans say they are worse off under Biden, and they are worse off. And remember, everything that Trump set up, all Biden had to do was continue it. Continue with the country being energy independent. Continue with the tax cuts. Continue with everything. But Biden decided to do the opposite. And since they have done the opposite, because they're trying to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal, people could see that, look, the economy is completely falling apart. And as we approach the election, yes, the economy is going to get worse, not because of Trump. Trump hasn't been in office for 3.5 years, almost 4 years now. This is all Biden and his administration. Remember, the Democrats had control for 2 years. And what did they do? They destroyed everything. And yes, as we approach the presidential election, the economy will get worse. And yes, will this benefit Trump? Absolutely, because people are going to see Biden, his administration, destroying the economy. They're going to see on the other side, Trump saying, listen, it doesn't have to be this way. All he had to do is follow what I did, but he decided to do the opposite, and this is what happens. But I can make it better. If you elect me, we won't enter a depression. Actually, we'll turn the whole thing around. And I think the people are going to resonate with this. I think the people are going to realize, you know something? He has a point. Because we saw what he did within the 4 years when he was playing around in the central bank illusionary economy. He was able to bring inflation very, very low, fuel prices very, very low. He brought industry back. He placed tariffs on China and Europe, gave that money to the farmers, and people saw the difference. So I do believe in the end, the people will go along with what Trump has been telling them, and Biden and whoever else is running, if Biden's not running, they will not be able to survive this in the end. And I do believe in the end, Trump will use all this momentum to go after the central bank system. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. People,
I'm going to stop that there and get right into part B. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3254BN. Today's date is January 9th, 2024, and the title of the episode is Precedents Being Set, Pandora's Box Open, Direction Has Been Set, Buckle Up. Let's talk about our health. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually, doing it is not so easy. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is my healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice you improved your health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? Nope. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was a doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your health, lungs, kidneys, others support metabolism and healthy energy and weight loss. Look, if you resolve to get healthier in 24, it starts with Field of Greens. I got you 15% off for your first order and free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code X22. That's promo code X22 at fieldofgreens.com. That is fieldofgreens.com. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are now doing exactly what Trump and the Patriots want. Remember, this entire mission, the entire agenda of Trump is to get the deep state to expose it to the people and to bring them to justice. And the only way to do this is to set certain precedents. Now, he knew, and I do believe the military knew, and they knew that the people would accept it if the deep state did it to him first. So Trump decided, you know something, I'm going to hide my taxes. I'm not going to give it over, and I will make them fight for it. Now, will the public accept going after these people? Yes, there's a Supreme Court ruling, and you're allowed to get the family's taxes, the corporate taxes, and everything else. The same thing with everything else that's going on. They are now attacking Trump during an election. They're indicting him. Can Trump attack them? Absolutely. They're also trying to get rid of his presidential immunity. And I do believe this is going to set another precedent. And yes, it's going to completely open Pandora's box. Because if you're exposing the deep state system and you want to bring them to justice, you need certain things in place so you can use it against them, where the fake news and other individuals, the corrupt, they can't say anything about it. And the people will be with you. Yes, look, they did it to him. He's allowed to do it to these individuals, especially if there is a ruling. And once there's a ruling, well, they're screwed. And I do believe this is exactly what Trump is trying to do. He's trying to set the direction. I do believe he is setting the direction, and he's clearing the path to go after them. Remember, we are in the process right now of exposing the entire deep state system. It wasn't exposed in the 4 years that Trump was in the White House. He set everything up back then. Yes, we saw certain things. We saw that, hey, look, this is the fake news, and it got worse and worse as time went on. But during these last 3.5 years with the resident in place, people have really woken up. They've really seen what was going on. And with all of this, Trump then can take it and then use it later on and actually bring these people to justice, because everything that you're seeing now can be used against them later on. And remember, we're still in the process of waking people up. Yes, you're seeing the treasonous crimes that Biden's have committed. Yes, you're seeing the Epstein files that are coming out. Yes, you're seeing the fake news. Yes, you're seeing how COVID was a gigantic scam. You're seeing how the Green New Deal is a scam. You're seeing how the Great Reset is not going to benefit the people. That is their system. You're seeing that the elections, they were rigged. See, all of this is part of their system, and each part of their system is now being exposed, and it's all coming together. Sounds like a really bad storm is headed our way. And yes, it's going to get very, very bumpy as we go throughout 2024. Because remember, while Trump and the Patriots are exposing all of this, while they're setting precedents, what is the deep state going to do? They're going to try to stop him every chance they can. And they're going to try to cover up their crimes. And the only way to cover up their crimes is to have events or multiple events, because otherwise they're completely exposed. And they are completely exposed. So I do believe as we go through 2024, Trump will set a lot more precedents, and we will see events to try to cover up what they have done. And yes, as soon as the deep state makes that decision, which I do believe it's already been done, they will be removing Biden and they will be bringing in their change of batter. And I do believe the change of batter is going to be making the rounds right now. And yes, they're prepping this individual, which is, I do believe, is Michelle or Michael Obama. And this person will take the place of Joe Biden. Now, like we said before, I do believe Biden, he's going to have health problems. It's going to look very natural. Like his health is breaking down. He's 80 something years old. He can't function anymore. This way, it saves face moving forward. Because think about all the evidence that's out there. Think about what people have seen. The people are seeing it all. And yes, the deep state players, they're realizing that this is going to be very, very tough to beat Trump in the election, especially if you keep Biden in the race. They will not be able to cheat. They will not be able to win. So they're going to need someone halfway decent. But you can see already they're letting the deep state players and all the other corrupt individuals know that right now they don't have a chance. And I do believe this is why CNN put out a map showing that Trump, if we had the election against Biden, Trump would win. CNN put that out because they're letting everyone know this is not the direction they're heading in. They're going to be moving into a different direction. Plus, they're saying, look, we need to beat him. And right now it's impossible. Now, I do believe once they make the change of batter, it still will be impossible because once they change the batter to Michelle Obama, that puts the Obamas front and center. They will be in focus, which means Trump, the military, they will be producing evidence against them. And I don't mean directly, maybe a couple things directly, but most of it will be coming from all different directions to make it look organic. And this will put Obama's in a very, very tough position. And people will start to learn a lot. Now, remember, they can't just dump everything all at once. It's going to have to be brought out, and they're going to have to sprinkle some crumbs. People are going to have to digest these crumbs. And yes, this will speed up as we go throughout 2024, which means they will panic. And I'm talking about the deep state players, and they will push war. They will push events to cover up what they did. In the end, they're hoping that they have a nuclear war to distract everyone, just like during 9/11. Remember Rumsfeld with the $10 billion or so missing the day before, and all of a sudden we had 9/11. Did anyone go back and say, hey, let's finish up? Let's keep the investigation? No, everyone forgot about it. What do you think happens in a war? Everyone forgets about it. But again, I do believe Trump, he has the secret weapon. It's called peace, because once you have peace and there is no war, well, then there's no cover. There's no distraction. And everyone can see it all. And you can produce more evidence against these people. So I do believe that's exactly where we're headed. And when you really take a look, you can see more and more evidence is coming out against Hunter and Joe Biden. And it just gets worse and worse as time goes on. Right now, the Democratic donors bought Hunter Biden's artwork. And this is coming from the gallery owner who told the House investigator. So the Democratic donors, they're the ones who are buying the artwork. Is this a payoff for something? Starting to seem that way, doesn't it? And the other thing that we come to find out is that all these drops from Epstein's case, they're continuing. Actually, there was just another drop. And actually, it's not helping the deep state players, and it's actually helping Trump, which is very interesting. Because remember, the deep state kept telling us he's a misogynist, he's a sexist, he's all these different things. And it turns out they're pedophiles. And he's none of what they've been saying. Remember, they projected everything that they are and every crime that they committed. They projected that onto Trump. And now it's completely backfiring on them. And what's very interesting is that pictures were released yesterday, and the images were not supposed to be released. And these are the images of young girls on Epstein's Island. So right now we have Judge Prescott, and they ordered Epstein Island images to be redacted after the court accidentally released them to the public, which is very interesting. But you can see the fake news. They're changing the words around. And this is what the deep state does. They try to be politically correct. They try to change the meaning of words. They try to fool the people. And if you saw the movie The Giver, or you read the book The Giver, they called it precision of language, where people didn't even know what an elephant was because the language was completely messed up. When you killed a baby, it was called putting the baby to sleep. So you really didn't understand what was going on. And General Flynn, he was out there on X and he said the following: we need everyone to watch for and understand when the pedophiles and their supporters use these words, especially given the latest Epstein revelations. When reading about the Epstein case, please watch for these words. Underage women. There's no such thing. An underage woman is a child prostitute. Children can't consent. They're rape victims, sexual assault victims, or survivors. Sex with minors, underage women, etc. It's rape. Call it rape. Non-consensual sex is polite weasel wording for rape, and rapists don't deserve your politeness. Fight rape culture, where this type of terminology is used to soften rape. And it's absolutely true. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to convince everyone, it's not that big of a deal. Their consent, they gave the consent. No, these people did not. These people are sex slaves. They are being raped and they're being trafficked. And I think the people of this world, they're seeing it firsthand, and it's getting worse and worse. And remember, all the players that have been attacking Trump, Hollywood actors, CEOs, very wealthy business individuals, anyone that is attacking Trump and going after him and saying pedophilia is fake, it doesn't really exist, it's a QAnon far-right conspiracy theory. Well, all these people, most likely, they're involved. Green Lives Matter put this out on X and said, Richard Branson was terrified of the prospect of Trump entering the White House in 2016 because he thought he was unforgiving and dangerous. All while Richard was attempting to remove the death penalty with Obama after having alleged Epstein blackmail tapes of him harming children. If Trump was in on their cult, then these people would have never been talking like this. The day after Trump was inaugurated, Obama ran to Branson Island, which, mind you, was very close to Epstein Island. They knew that he knew all about their Epstein Island operation, and it terrified the hell out of them. Green Lives continues with another post and says the following. It's all making sense now. The people who have committed crimes against children and literal treason have been on a mission to eliminate the death penalty. Richard Branson has been on a crusade to bring forgiveness and the complete elimination of executions in America. Obama and company all wanted Gitmo to be shut down. What are they so afraid of? Well, remember, when Trump went into the White House, this was phase one, let's say, Trump saw all the classified information. He saw all the information that the FBI had, the CIA had, the NSA had, and all the other agencies, especially military intelligence. They understood exactly what was going on. And this is why the deep state players, they mounted this attack like we've never seen before. And they haven't stopped because, again, these people who are attacking Trump, and if you look at Hollywood, you look at certain sports people, you look at CEOs, you look at those corrupt politicians, you now know why they're attacking him. Because once this comes out, they're done for. And there's no going back. They can't repair their reputation. They can't do anything. And most of these individuals, they will be going to jail. And didn't Trump say that these people should receive the death penalty? Well, now you know why they're so afraid. And we could see that everything that they've been saying about Trump, it turns out that it's fake, phony, and false. Even what is happening with Epstein Island. Now, of course, the fake news put out articles saying, oh, yes, we saw Trump on the island. But remember, this is debunked. The individual went ahead and retracted her statement saying, yeah, I never saw Trump on the island doing anything or anything like that. Liz Crokin put this out and says the following. President Trump is firing back at baseless accusations leveled by an alleged Jeffrey Epstein victim who claimed he had sex with a friend of hers at Epstein's Manhattan house. These baseless accusations have been fully retracted because they are simply false and have no merit. Trump spokesman Stephen Chung. Then Liz Crokin put this out and said, new Epstein files reveal unfounded claims against Trump that were retracted and debunked years ago and made by a victim represented by a law firm that used former Israeli intelligence agents to spy on reporters exposing Harvey Weinstein. The new Jeffrey Epstein documents expose Sarah Ransom sent emails to a reporter claiming her friend Jen had sex with Donald Trump at Epstein's New York home. She has retracted this and other statements. So once again, everything that the fake news is trying to do against Trump is turning out to be fake, phony, and false. And then we just had another dump of information. This is the 5th batch from Epstein. And what does it say in there? Well, it's not looking too good for the deep state players. And if you notice, it's all against them and not Trump. So this is what it says. I don't think Donald Trump participated in anything. That would have to be another assumption. I never saw or witnessed Donald Trump participate in those acts. But was he in the house of Jeffrey Epstein? I've heard he has been, but I haven't seen him myself, so I don't know. So wait a minute. This is all hearsay? Nobody's seen him? They're just saying, I heard? So once again, there is no evidence here whatsoever. I mean, there are pictures of Bill Clinton on the plane. There's evidence of Bill Clinton on the island. I do believe there is videos of all these people. And I don't think you're going to see anything that implicates Trump. Because again, if they really had something on him and they had the videos and they had the pictures, do you really think they'd be keeping this information back? They would, let's just put it this way. The FBI, they would have taken this information, they would have leaked it, everything else would have been redacted except for Trump's part, and they would have produced picture after picture, video after video to take him down. Because look what they've done so far. You don't think they would have used this? This would have destroyed him, which means they don't have anything. And because they didn't put it out there, that should tell you everything you need to know. They just don't have it. And where's all the evidence? Oh, it's pointing to them. This is why they tried to keep this under seal. This is why they don't want the client list out there, because if Trump's name was in there and he was a client, the FBI would have produced the client list. They would have redacted everything else, and it would show Trump in all different locations in the little black book. But once again, they don't have this. It's all against them, and that's why they're hiding it from the people, and they're covering up what they did. That should tell you everything you need to know. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Nadia Marcinko, the former associate of Jeffrey Epstein, has vanished from her Upper East Side home following the release of the court documents. Now, Nadia Marcinko, also known as Nadia Marcinkova, is a former commercial pilot and Gulfstream girl. Marcinko is Slovakian-born pilot, flight instructor, and the CEO of Aviloop, an aviation website. She has 3 rating certificates, including various Gulfstream business jets. Marcinko was brought to the United States from Slovakia by Epstein when she was 15 years old. Epstein had reportedly referred to Marcinko as his sex slave. She had spent years by his side and even traveled on his private plane known as the Lolita Express, which was notorious for transporting young girls. Marcinkova was specifically identified by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida as a potential co-conspirator of Epstein in the non-prosecution agreement it executed with Mr. Epstein as part of his guilty plea. She has relevant information because she observed the recruitment of underage girls for sex and, in fact, participated in sex acts with minors. She was also on numerous flights with defendant, in contradiction to defendant's testimony, according to the court document. And Marcinko was granted immunity from prosecution in 2008 as part of Epstein's non-prosecution agreement with Florida authorities. So this is very interesting because she has been absent from her longtime residence on the Upper East Side of New York City. And according to neighbors, she has not been seen for at least 3 days now. And that actually coincides with the release of the court documents. Now, did she escape? Did she run? Or did something else happen to her so she can't testify? That is very interesting. And the other thing that's very interesting is we could see how these installed politicians are liars. All you need to do is go back in time to any of these installed politicians, and all you need to do is look up what they said about the border, about the economy, about everything else, and they always flip-flop. Remember, they're controlled. So when it's time, They will do what their masters say. And we can see this with Biden. It's very, very easy to see. And back in the day, back in 2007, Senator Joe Biden declared that no great nation has uncontrolled borders, warning that America must build a border fence and increase border agents to secure the nation against drugs, terror, and illegal immigration. Canico the Great put this out, and it says Biden accused wealthy Republicans of wanting to increase illegal immigration to replace American workers with cheaper labor. The reason the employers wanted this extra influx is it drives costs down. Employers have to be held responsible for the unscrupulous practice of bringing people here in order to keep wages down. That's not fair to Americans, he said back in 2007. You have to hold employers responsible for hiring Americans first. Criticizing President Bush, Biden lamented the lack of border agents, the absence of border fence, and free flow of drugs into the country. I've been arguing for the need to put more protection at our borders, meaning you have more border guards. Now, remember, he said this back in 2007. And remember, you never had a choice. Yes, you had the illusion of choice, Republican, Democrat, but they were part of the same exact party. So they would tell you exactly what you wanted to hear. So now you could see that these individuals, they're all part of the same thing. If you look at the rhinos, you look at the Democrats, you can see that they're all pushing for the same exact agenda. And what's very interesting is you could see that the MAGA group, the Patriots, they're on the complete opposite of what these people are on. So I think the people now can see very, very clearly who the deep state players are. And it's becoming clearer and clearer every single day, because all you got to do is go back and look at their history and you'll see how they continually flip flop. They never stay steady with their message. Actually, one of the only people that have stayed steady with their message is President Trump. And remember, he's not a politician. He's a businessman. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see the deep state mayors, the Ds, they're not saying, hey, let's shut down the borders. Because remember, part of their agenda is to bring the illegals in, to redistrict, use them to vote in the 2024 election, and use them for chaos. And the only thing they want from the federal government, they don't want assistance in shutting things down or turning these people away. All they want is money. And the U.S. mayors, the United States Conference of Mayors, sent a letter in November to Congress saying that the federal government needs to spend far more than it has to cover the cost of border crisis. No, we had everything paid for. We had the wall, we had the border secure, and there's no reason to spend money in these different cities to house and feed these people. And what are they looking for? Well, they're looking for quite a bit of money. They're saying they're going to need about at least $1.4 billion at a minimum. Now, you know, a lot of this is not going to go to the illegals. Most of it's going to go to the elections because they need money to cheat in the elections. This is why we have the fake governor in Arizona out there telling everyone that they need to secure the border. They need money. Same thing out in California. They're sending money over for the high-speed train, which is never going to be built. All this money is going to be laundered. And now you could see the mayors are out there and they want money for the illegals. Again, they're looking for money because they know they need it to cheat. You got to pay those people that are controlling the elections. They're not going to just do it for free. They're not just going to cheat for free, especially the mules. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the people of this country, they realize that we have an invasion on our hand. Rasmussen reports put this out and said 3/4 of American minority voters now say what is happening at our border with Mexico is an invasion. 55% of Democrats voters concur, along with 60% of independents. So the new Dem message for these key voting blocks in November is Orange Man Batter. So the New Yorker, they put out a new article and it shows Trump like as a dictator, which is absolutely ridiculous because you think the people are going to say, hey, yeah, you're right. No, the people aren't stupid. They know who the dictators are. They know what these people are doing. Trump is actually telling everyone the opposite. And the people, they see this. Rasmussen report put out another poll and says, how accurate is it to describe the current situation with migrants at the border with Mexico as an invasion of the United States? It's accurate. White, 60%, black, 74%, other minority, 73%, all voters, 65%. So all voters say, yes, we have an invasion on our hands. Can Trump use this later on? Will the people be with him? Absolutely. And it's not just happening here in the United States, it's happening around the world. They're bringing all these people into all the countries because the agenda is exactly the same. And this didn't start in 2020. This actually started going all the way back to 2014 with Obama, when there was a war in Syria and Lebanon and Libya. What happened was all the refugees, all these people, they fled to Turkey. Turkey held them and held them and held them. And eventually, you know what they did? They released them onto Europe. And they just went to all the different countries. And from that point on, it continued. And they kept shipping these individuals in. And they were doing it here in the United States under Obama, too. Why do you think they had the cages? They held people in the cages. The buses picked them up, or planes came into town, and they brought them to all different areas. And back then, the fake news covered for them. So this has been going on for quite a while. It just ramped up now. It just accelerated now. So you could see it very, very clearly. Remember, they thought they were going to have all this time. Because remember, it started with Obama. 8 years he was doing it. Then Hillary was supposed to come in. And she was supposed to do it for the first 4 years. And then we were going to go to war. And what happened? Trump stepped in. What did he do with the border? He secured it. Did he remove a lot of people from this country? Yes, he did. This put them way, way behind. This is why they have to accelerate everything. And as they accelerate it, you can see it very, very clearly. That's what Trump wants everyone to see. He wants you to see it. He exaggerated it for you so you cannot unsee it. Even those people that don't want to look, they have to look. And every step of the way, it's another slap in the face. And each time a person gets a slap, well, it's either they wake up or they don't wake up. If they don't wake up, they get another slap. Those people that wake up from the slap, they start to see everything. And they see what a tyrannical government looks like. Actually, if you just want to see it, yes, I know we have it in this country, but you could see it as clear as day out in Canada, what just happened here. Viva Frey put this out and said, both of these pieces of shit agents need to be arrested. So a reporter was asking a politician in Canada a question, and this police officer actually didn't identify himself as a police officer, bumped into him on purpose. You can see it in the video. And then said, we're arresting you for assault. Now, the reporter looked confused, saying, what are you doing? I have my credentials. I didn't assault you. We bumped in as I was walking, questioning this person. But this is how tyranny looks. This is what happens when you're ruled by a tyrannical government. Just go back in time. Go back to the days where anyone that spoke out, those people that were trying to get the truth, what happened to them? They were thrown into prison. They weren't given trials. This is why our founding fathers said you are innocent until the government proves you guilty. You weren't guilty and you had to prove yourself innocent because that's completely impossible to do. But this is how they did it back in the day. That's why our founding fathers said, no. You're innocent until they prove it. They have to show how you committed this crime. And if they can't, you are then innocent. So the people now, they're starting to see what the tyrannical government looks like. They're experiencing it. And when you go back in time and look through history, you can see we're right back to where we started. And this is what they're pushing right now. Actually, to take this a step further, you know what they want to do out in England and Wales? Well, they want to use AI, and they want to give judges permission to use artificial intelligence to help produce rulings. I mean, really, just think about this for a second. You know, with AI, you can train it to think a certain way. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to use AI, and they're going to train it to think a certain way, and that way is their way. But remember how dangerous this is. Remember, this has already manifested itself in the infamous incident where two New York lawyers relied on ChatGPT to write a legal brief that quoted fictional cases. The two were fined by an angry judge who called the work they had signed off on legal gibberish. Didn't Cohen use this also? Very interesting. So we could see the reality of all this, just like we see the reality of they just don't want to take your guns away. Remember, they started with assault rifles where there's no such thing, but they wanted to take away those rifles that look scary, that have a gas system where people can continually fire and fire and fire, and you could have 30 rounds. You see, because they know that if you have that type of weapon, you can actually defend yourself against an invasion. And it wasn't about taking that weapon away. It was about taking all weapons away. And remember, weapons do not kill. Weapons do not do anything. They're inanimate objects. And you could see that out in the UK, we're seeing a lot of stabbings today. So they took the weapons away from the people. And now the people said, okay, we don't have a gun. We're going to start using knives, swords, and everything, machetes, you name it. And now we're seeing crime with knives go up. So you know what they're calling, you know what they're trying to do right now? And Idris Elba put this out there. He calls on the UK Parliament to ban knives and machetes. It's not too late to end this nightmare for our kids. Wait a minute. Why don't we look at the person who's actually doing the crime? Because that same person, if they had a gun, they would use a gun. If they have a machete, they would use a machete. If they have a rock, they would use a rock. This has nothing to do with the weapons. This has to do with the person. But look what they're doing here. You could see it as clear as day right now. They just wanted to get the guns away. Period. The end. That's all they wanted. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and this has to do with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. He was in the hospital getting a procedure. Looks like he had prostate cancer, and he was out because they had to use anesthesia, and no one knew about this. But don't worry. Joe Biden continues to have complete confidence in Lloyd Austin and everything that they've been doing. Well, once again, this puts us in a very interesting position, because if there's no one in charge, no one watching, anything going on, nobody that can make decisions, what happens if there's an event? What happens if we're attacked? That raises a lot of concerns here. Kash Patel put this out and said, fake news mafia hypocrisy alert. Austin Biden destroyed the National Command Authority. They architected the disastrous Afghan withdrawal that murdered 13 U.S. soldiers. They allowed 2 world wars to start. They opened the plague at the border, and they, along with the media, continue to pat themselves on the back for a job well done, and they have completely abdicated the national security of this country. The media is just as culpable. At real Donald Trump ended the forever war, secured the border, killed the terrorists, and returned more hostages than every president before him combined. Report that, haters. Then Kash put this out. Secretary of Defense Austin must be fired now. He broke the law, violated the National Command Authority, and tried to hide his corrupt actions. He cannot be in charge of our national defense. And he's absolutely right. But think about this. Biden is going to say, no, he's going to stay. I have full faith in him. Where is this going to lead us in the end? Think about what Trump and the Patriots are showing us right now. They're showing you that Biden and all his policies, everything he's doing is going to destroy the country. So by keeping this individual in there, keeping everything that they have right now, what do you think is going to happen when we have an event? What do you think is going to happen when the country moves closer and closer to war? Can you see what is happening right now? Everyone's going to be blaming this on Biden, just like they're blaming the border, just like they're blaming the economy on him. They're going to be blaming the war on him because, look, he's still behind Lloyd Austin. He's still behind all these people. And all these people, they're incompetent. They're going to lead us to war. That is what is being shown to the people. And you could see that war is building right now. Taiwan's defense ministry, they issued an air raid alert saying China has launched a satellite. So every day you can see there's panic and more panic. But what's very interesting is the OSINT Defender. Well, they put this out on X, and it says the following. U.S. defense officials and members of the Biden administration have reportedly begun to understand in recent weeks that negotiations have almost totally failed and that a major regional war in the Middle East may soon be imminent, with several battle plans and contingencies being drawn up if this does occur. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visit to the region this week is seen as a possible final attempt towards peace, which means we are on the precipice of war breaking out. Now, once the U.S. gets involved in all this, what do you think the terrorists are going to do. Those individuals in Iran, those individuals in Gaza, those individuals in Yemen, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think they will strike back? Because remember, which way do you think Biden's going to go? He's going to probably have the U.S. go after these individuals, which we're seeing already. They're going after the Houthis, which means these individuals and those people that are protesting that are all for the terrorists, they are going to stage an event here in this country. And all eyes will be on Biden at that point. Now, think about it. He has the border open. His policies around the world, they're failing. And he's bringing us to war. The people are going to see this very, very clearly. And what they're seeing very, very clearly is that COVID was a hoax. The vaccine is a bioweapon, and Fauci lies. Remember, Fauci took the stand, and it looks like he's putting the old spin on everything, and he's playing with semantics. The Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus put this out and said, today, COVID Select questioned Dr. Anthony Fauci for 7 hours about his role during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Fauci's testimony uncovered drastic and systematic failures in America's public health system. Dr. Fauci claimed he did not recall pertinent COVID-19 information or conversations more than 100 times. Dr. Fauci profusely defended his previous testimony where he stated NIH does not fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan. Today, he repeatedly played semantics with the definition of gain-of-function in an attempt to avoid conceding that NIH funded this dangerous research. Dr. Fauci testified that he signed off on every foreign and domestic NIAID grant without reviewing the proposals. A 2020 email previously released by the Select Committee proved Dr. Fauci was aware of the dangerous gain-of-function research occurring in Wuhan, China. Today, he backtracked by arguing he should not have stated that as a fact. Dr. Fauci was unable to confirm if NIAID has any mechanisms to conduct oversight of the foreign laboratories they fund. Clearly, the American people of the United States government are operating with completely different expectations about the responsibilities of our public health leaders and the accountability of our public health agencies. And now it's time to subpoena all his emails, all his texts, and everything else that he has. And I do believe Congress needs to take the next step because once again, now this person is flip-flopping. They're using semantics. They've lied to Congress. Now it's time to get the other evidence, just like they're doing with Joe Biden, where they're looking at documentation. Now it's time to get the emails and everything else from Fauci and many others to see exactly what they've done. They already have some of them, but they need to get all other communications. Let's talk about our health. Were you like thousands of Americans this holiday season and ate a bit too much? If your New Year's resolution revolve around weight control, you can rest easy knowing most of America is with you on this journey. Nearly half of all Americans say the resolution is related to weight control, fitness, or physical health, making it the most popular New Year's resolution by far. There is a magical pill only for weight management solution I recommend and use. It helps control appetite, manage weight, reduce fat, control cravings, and increase energy. It essentially uses a unique nutrient that's linked to supporting reduced body weight, reduce fat mass, and reduce waist circumference while increasing lean body mass. Plus, there's no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives to hold you back on your health journey. Try it today for a whopping 51% off this New Year's. Plus, receive free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life. 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat. A 60-day satisfaction guarantee and free shipping. Order before this offer ends by going to trimwithx22.com. That is trimwithx22.com. Or click the link in the description. And let's see how this plays out, because I do believe as we go down this line with everyone else, as you keep questioning them, you want them to lie. Then you produce the evidence. Because remember, the cover-up always gets you. Actually, that just shows you that you're guilty because you're covering it up and you're lying. And we could see that the FBI has lied to us. The fake news has been lying to us. The corrupt politicians have been lying to us about Ray Epps. Now, they said, oh, no, we're going to hold him accountable. Oh, no. But they didn't hold him accountable. We know that he's a confidential human source. We know that they've been protecting him. Think about it. He's the only person that they stick up for. He's the only person that they protect. I mean, the other people, they just rounded them up and they threw him into a cell. This guy was on video telling people to go into the Capitol. There are people that they rounded up that were standing outside of the Capitol, and there's no video of them telling them to do anything. But this guy was telling everyone what to do. I mean, really think about this for a second. So they brought him up on charges, and what happened? Well, we'll be talking about that in just a sec. But first, it looks like Ray Epps is being sued by a January 6th defendant for conspiracy. And this lawsuit is filed in Utah. And it says that Ray Epps acted under the color of law as a federal agent to deprive me and my constitutional rights. Now, who is this individual? Well, this individual is Eric Clark of Kentucky, and he filed the lawsuit against Ray Epps. And what's very interesting is that we know that there was a lot of confidential human sources in with the crowd dressed up as MAGA supporters. And the FBI says, we don't know how many there were there. We don't know if there are any there. We don't know anything. Well, it looks like, again, they've been lying to us. Rob Louie put this out and said, the FBI's role on January 6th was bigger than Americans realize. We believe, and this is coming from Representative Clay Higgins, we believe that there were easily 200 FBI undercover assets operating in the crowd. And he told this to Tucker Carlson. Now, to have this many confidential human sources, and if you go back to Cash's interview that I had with him a while back, this had to be planned for quite a while. It's not something that you just, create and you just pull it off. You have to plan this for over a year. Everyone needs to know what they're supposed to do, and this has to be planned out, especially when you're working with so many different people. And they had to have the earpieces. They had to have a command center where they're being communicated to all these people, so they knew exactly when to do it and what to do. So once again, we're finding out a lot of information, and we're realizing that this was a coup against a sitting president. It's not the way they're saying it. Remember, they're trying to convince everyone that there was a coup against Biden. Biden wasn't the president. This was a coup against Trump. They overthrew the United States government. They overthrew the duly elected president. They had a coup. That's what the insurrection was. And who had it? Well, it was FBI. It was the Capitol Police. It was the corrupt politicians. It was the unelected individuals. It was all of these people. They had a coup. And what's very interesting, you could see that Ray Epps, well, they just proved everyone's point. He is a confidential human source, and he's not going to serve any time, no jail time. And he's going to get a year probation. He has to pay $500 restitution, and he's going to do 100 hours community service while the other people rot in jail. Really think about that for a second. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that there was an individual who crashed into the White House gate. Now, we're starting to see a lot of this, and I do believe they might be making some test runs here, and they haven't revealed who this person is. Maybe after this report, maybe they will reveal it, but it's very interesting that we continually see all this, and we also see that judges and politicians, they're continually being swatted, which means they are planning to do something, and something's in the works, and it looks like they're just trying to build the narrative up, which I do believe they are doing right now, because we see that the federal judge overseeing special counsel Jack Smith's January 6th case against Trump in D.C. was the latest victim of swatting. Judge Shukin's house was swatted after police received a fake emergency phone call. So if we step back and we take a look at this, are they continually doing this? Yes, they're doing it to Republicans. Yes, they're doing it to Democrats. Now they're doing it to judges. Are they doing this to make the case later on when all of these cases go down the toilet? Are they going to make it look like the Trump supporters, they are now getting back at these people? It's starting to look that way, and we're going to have to watch this very, very carefully and closely, because this is not normal. Yes, we know that people get swatted, but this many people and on both sides, no, something is happening right now, and they're preparing, and they're actually trying to create this narrative. So we'll have to watch this very, very carefully. The other thing that's very interesting is that Fannie Willis, the top prosecutor and alleged lover, Nathan Wade, met with Biden White House counsel before Trump RICO indictment. And it looks like there's a lot of evidence now that is coming out that shows that, yeah, they're in cahoots with each other. In August, Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis hit President Trump and 18 others with RICO and conspiracy charges. The motion was filed in the Superior Court of Fulton County on behalf of defendant Michael Roman, a former Trump campaign official who was hit with counts 1, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19 in Fannie Willis's RICO case. So what we've come to learn is that Nathan Wade, the special prosecutor that hired to go after Trump, paid for luxury vacations he took with Fannie Willis to Napa Valley and a cruise in the Caribbean, and used money from the Fulton County to pay for their out-of-town escapades. And this is coming from the county records. So the county records show that Wade, who has played a prominent role in the election interference case, has been paid nearly $654,000 in legal fees since January 2022. So that's very interesting. George put this out on X and says, Trump co-defendant Michael Roman has filed a motion to dismiss the indictment and disqualify Fannie Willis from further prosecution. Roman argues that Fannie Willis unlawfully appointed the special prosecutor. Therefore, the indictment is illegitimate. That is very interesting. But you can see the people, they're not going along with what's happening to Trump out in Georgia. And the people now, they're starting to see the truth. And the people, well, they're not really supporting what's going on. Rasmussen Reports put this out and said 53% of Georgia voters would support state officials convening a special session of the legislature to stop Willis from prosecuting Trump, including 37% who would strongly support such a move. 38% would oppose a special legislative session to stop the Fulton County prosecution of Trump, including 30% who would strongly oppose it. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is the fake news and Biden and the rest, they're trying to convince us that, well, Biden won in Georgia. And it seems that that is not the case, because Rasmussen Reports did a poll and it says, although Biden officially won the 2020 election in Georgia, only 39% of those surveyed now say they voted for Biden, while 46% say they voted for Trump in 2020. If the 2024 election were held September 15, 2023, Trump would win Georgia by a 9-point margin, with 47% to Joe Biden's 38%. Now, we saw the same exact thing in Arizona, where the people said, no, we never voted for Biden. We voted for Trump, which I think tells you everything you need to know. Now, Trump, he decided to hit back at Fannie Willis, and he put out a thread on Truth. And this is what it says. Has everybody seen the revelation just announced in the great state of Georgia that the Fulton County DA, Fannie Willis, who criminally indicted your favorite president, me, and many others, innocent people, patriots, hired and exorbitantly paid a romantic partner to prosecute the 45th president of the United States of America, and then financially benefited from their relationship? In other words, he was paid a fortune and then took a beautiful Fannie on expensive, but all paid for by Georgia, vacations to faraway lands. The Atlantic Journal-Constitution. The bombshell public filing alleged that Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, a private attorney, paid for lavish vacations he took with Willis using the Fulton County funds his law firm received. County records show that Wade, who has played a prominent role in the fake election interference case against Trump and others, has paid nearly $654,000, in legal fees since January 2022. The DA authorizes his compensation. So she would give the lawyer lover large sums of money. They would take romantic trips together, and he would pay the bills. He got divorced the day he signed the contract. This special prosecutor was given the assignment to get Trump in collusion and coordination with crooked Joe Biden's Department of Injustice and the FBI, working closely with the GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and probably another Get Trump prosecutor to arrange Jack Smith and Biden's friend, Prosecutor Lisa Monaco of the DOJ. It has been alleged that Willis and Wade had been involved in a romantic relationship that began before Wade was appointed special prosecutor. It says that they traveled together to Napa Valley in Florida, and they cruised the Caribbean using tickets Wade purchased from Norwegian and Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. Were these tickets paid for, or were they a gift to this lovely couple? The motion also said the checks sent to Wade from the Fulton County and his subsequent purchase of vacations for Willis could amount to honest services fraud, a federal crime in which a vendor gives kickbacks to an employer. It is also possible this could be prosecuted under the federal racketeering statute, the motion said. Willis and Wade have been engaged in an improper, clandestine personal relationship during the pendency of this case, which has resulted in the special prosecutor and in turn the district attorney profiting significantly from this prosecution at the expense of the taxpayers. The motion contends that Wade's appointment was not approved by the Fulton Board of Commissions as required by law, and it questions Wade's credentials, contending he has never prosecuted a felony case. I am so proud to be showing the people of America how corrupt, crooked Joe Biden and our justice system is. All charges against me and others should immediately be dropped with apologies and monetary damages for the illegal and highly political persecution of innocent people. In God we trust. Now, do you think this is going to happen? No. But Trump is showing the people. That's the point of this. He's showing you, look how corrupt it is. It's unbelievably corrupt. Now, what's very interesting, we can see the deep state players, they're having a very difficult time trying to cancel Trump. Yes, they're trying to remove him from the ballot, which he's not removed. But again, they're using that story to try to convince the people, but the people aren't being convinced. And the people now, they're very worried about what is happening with candidates that are being removed from the ballots. Rasmussen reports put this out and said 44% of voters think that the state's banning presidential candidates from the ballots is putting us on a path to a civil war. Rasmussen reports put this out. Never at real Donald Trump approve or disapprove of removing Trump from the 2024 ballot. Well, 44% approve, 53% disapprove, all voters. So the people now are worrying that this is going to bring us into a civil war. Now, it's very interesting. April of 2024, there's a new movie coming out called Civil War. And it's not the Civil War back in the day. It's a civil war that is happening right now. This is something the deep state wants. Are they going to get it? Absolutely not. How do we know this? Well, let's go back to Post 22, November 1st, 2017. It says the masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. Now, are we going to see operations? Are we going to see riots? Yes. Are we going to see a civil war where the people are fighting each other? I don't believe so. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we know they're trying to remove presidential immunity because they're trying to get Trump. Now, I do believe Trump needs to set a precedent because he needs presidential immunity removed, but he needs them to fight to remove it. He needs them to go all the way up to the Supreme Court where they make the final decision, just like with his taxes. And this way, he can go after them. Actually, he wants them to open up Pandora's box. And I do believe that's exactly what's happening. And Trump, he put out a video and he said that he deserves presidential immunity just like every other president. And if they remove it, then it removes it from Biden and others. Take a listen.
I spend a lot of time in courts, federal, state, city. And tomorrow I'll be attending another Biden-inspired federal appeals court argument on presidential immunity in Washington, D.C. Of course, I was entitled as president of the United States and commander-in-chief to immunity. I'm entitled to immunity. Every president has immunity, especially one that did the job I did. I did a great job. And I wasn't working for myself. I was working for the country. I wasn't campaigning. The election was long over. Wasn't campaigning. I was looking for voter fraud, something that I have to do under my mandate. I have to look for voter fraud. And I was finding it. Tremendous amounts of voter fraud in the 2020 election. We have volumes of information. It's all there. And I was doing my job, which I had to do. And it's my obligation to do. And otherwise, running our country and running it well. We didn't have Russia going into Ukraine. We didn't have Israel under attack. We didn't have China talking every day about going into Taiwan. We didn't have inflation. We had a great economy. If I don't get immunity, then crooked Joe Biden doesn't get immunity. And all of the things he's done to allow the border invasion, millions and millions of people coming into our country, many from prisons, jails, mental institutions, insane asylums, many terrorists coming into our country. That's really allowing insurrection, and come into a situation where he allowed the surrender to Afghanistan. We surrendered, the United States of America surrendered to Afghanistan, where we gave them $85 billion worth of free, the best military equipment anywhere in the world, left thousands of hostages behind, and they were American hostages behind, still there, many of them, and 13 dead soldiers and many soldiers so badly hurt. This is gross incompetence. We did a surrender in Afghanistan. Nothing's ever been so embarrassing in the history of our country. Also, the millions and millions of dollars that went into Joe Biden's pockets with money from foreign countries like Russia, Afghanistan, China, many others. I mean, Joe would be ripe for indictment. So you're saying that Trump shouldn't get immunity, but Joe Biden would? I didn't do anything like he did. I ran a great country. This guy's gotten $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. What's that all about? And that's the least of it. One of the reasons he's so soft on China is because he received a lot of money from China, and he's afraid to do anything about it or say anything because he knows. He's afraid to say, we have a Manchurian candidate in Joe Biden. We have to get him out. By weaponizing the DOJ against his political opponent, me, Joe Biden has opened a giant Pandora's box. As president, I was protecting our country and doing a great job of doing so. And the historians will be saying that. They already are. But just look around at the complete mess that crooked Joe Biden has caused. He's the worst president in the history of our country by far. He's also the most corrupt president. The least I'm entitled to is presidential immunity, just like any other president would get. I'd be the only one that they would even consider not giving me immunity because for whatever reason, people are angry that I've done such a good job and I've replaced people that were corrupt, that were supposed to be president. So take on the fake Biden indictments. They're all Biden indictments. These aren't indictments, as we say, like God coming down from heaven and saying you did something wrong. These were indictments given and pushed by Joe Biden. And he told his DOJ to do it. Don't believe anything else. He told his DOJ to do it. Go and indict him because he's losing badly in the polls, so badly that he figures this is the only way that he can win. The only problem is that thus far, it's pushed us way up in the polls, higher than anybody's ever been, actually, because people see it's a scam and they see it's a persecution and they don't like it when it comes to anything, but certainly not when it comes to a president. They're running a political campaign in a dirty way, even worse than they did previously. And frankly, it's never happened in our country before. It only happens in third world countries or banana republics. They're using their Department of Injustice to go after his political appointment. And this is all him, 100% him. He's the one that told him to do it, and they obey his orders. It's a shame. Never happened in the United States before, but it's happened now. And he has to be careful because that can happen to him also. The next president, whoever that may be, has a statute of limitations that go back 6 years. That's a long time, Joe. You have to be very careful. We have to guard and protect our country. We have to do what's right for our country. You don't indict your political opponent because he opposes the corrupt election, which you know was corrupt. Everybody knows it was corrupt. The American public knows it was corrupt. You don't indict your political opponent. Thank you very much.
Now, if you listen to him, he said that if he doesn't get immunity, neither does Biden, which means the Pandora's box is open. And he said a couple of other things that are very interesting. He said Joe Biden's indictments are fake. Well, they are fake. I mean, I think he means it literally. They're fake. And he also let us know that he replaced people that were corrupt. That's very interesting. So did he drain the swamp? Is he continually draining the swamp? Absolutely. But I do believe this is going to open up Pandora's box. Let's go back to post 3716, December 17th, 2019. First indictment unseal will trigger mass population awakening. Well, wasn't he indicted? First arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. Marker 9. Everything that they're doing to him, he's going to use against them. He will be able to indict them. We will have military tribunals. Yes, he'll be able to arrest them. And once again, everything that they're doing, well, he's going to turn it around. And he's continually telling these players, if you're going to do this, you're going to open up Pandora's box. And this might boomerang on you later on, which it's going to do. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that all these corrupt politicians, that's exactly what they are. They're hypocrites, and they continually tell us that we are liars, that we shouldn't question the elections. But again, we're in a constitutional republic. We're allowed to question everything. That's what the Constitution says. Remember, back in the day, you were never supposed to question the king or the queen. The founding fathers knew what they went through, and they said, no, you can protest. You can air your grievances. You can say, I don't agree with this, and I'm questioning what you're doing. But again, these people, they are dictators. I mean, look what Hakeem Jeffries says. He says that the people that deny elections, it is election denial, and it's a sickness that is poisoning our democracy. No, the people that question this, they're the cure. And if we go back in time, and Libs of TikTok put this out, and we go back to September 22nd, 2019, this is what he put out on X, or Twitter back then. Russia interfered in 2016 election in sweeping and systematic fashion. Trump campaign welcomed their assistance. They helped elect the so-called president. So wait a minute. Is he saying that Trump cheated back then? That's interesting. And then he put this out in 2018. The more we learn about 2016 election, the more illegitimate it becomes. America deserves to know whether we have a fake president in the Oval Office. Wait a minute. Are you denying the election back then? They all denied the election because they never saw Trump coming. And they couldn't believe that he went after the Electoral College. They never saw it coming. And they denied that he won back then. So again, here they are. They're hypocrites. I think everyone can see this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is Trump, he attended the trial in D.C., and we had the police standing outside. We had journalists standing outside, and it looks like the microphone was turned on, and it caught two journalists making jokes alluding to the assassination of Trump. And Journal 1 says, you know what the worst part is? Even if he has his window open and he's hanging out of it, he will be on the other side of the street. Journal 2, I mean, if he's driving, we've got a good shot. Journal 1, yeah, if he's driving with the front window open. Journal 2, yeah. Or if it's a convertible. Journal 1, yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. Journal 2, yeah, like if he just pulls up. Journal 1, like JFK, and they started laughing. Well, that reminds me of Post 586, January 22nd, 2018. Very interesting. What would happen if texts originated from FBI agent to several internals discussing the assassination possibility of the POTUS or a member of his family? What if the text suggests foreign allies were involved? Forget the Russia setup, 1 of 22. This is only the beginning. Be careful what you wish for. As the world turns, could messages such as those be publicly disclosed? What happens at the FBI, DOJ, special counsel? What happens in general? Every FBI, DOJ previous case could be challenged. Lawless. Think logically. Absolutely. And we could see that the deep state players, they are now panicking because they're realizing that Biden won't be able to pull off the election in 2024 because they're losing the black vote, the Hispanic vote, and they're losing young men who normally vote Democratic. And we could see that the young men, it doesn't look like they're going to be voting as Democratic. Daniel Cox put this out and says, percent identifying as Republican includes leaners. Back in 2013, it was 38%. 2018, it was 42%. 2023, 49%. So right there, it shows you that everything is changing. And you can see that CNN, it sounds like they just sent a message to all their deep state players and everyone else. Because CNN, they put out the inaugural road to 270, shows Trump in a position to win the White House. So they put this out. They're letting everyone know that Trump is going to be the winner at this point if we had the election today, that he would win. Now, again, we're far off. We still have time to go. But why would they put something out like this? Why would they show that Trump is in the lead? And it shows that he wins by 272 and the Democrats have 225, which is very interesting. So it's showing them that they don't have the ability to win at this time, which means we're going to see a change of batter coming very, very soon. And I do believe all eyes are going to be on the Obamas. And I do believe Trump wants them front and center as we go into 2024. Now, once again, can we use their election system in 2024? I don't believe so. Their system was developed, and it was developed to cheat, just like Twitter was developed to censor. Facebook is developed to censor. YouTube is developed to censor. And Elon came into Twitter and he had to go through all the code to undo the censorship programming. The same thing with the elections. It was developed so they would have control and they would be able to cheat. So, which means we need to get rid of their system, which I do believe is going to happen. Not where Trump is going to come out and say we're not using it. I do believe it's going to be the deep state where they say they can't win and they want the elections canceled. But what's very interesting is there was a poll that was done and it says, does your government represent you or not? And when you look at the US, it's negative 35%. This tells you everything you need to know. And with that, I just want to go to Rand Paul and what he said. He said, forget the Constitution wasn't written to restrain citizens' behavior. It was written to restrain the government's behavior. And that's absolutely true. And I do believe this entire push right now to show and expose the deep state players is doing just that. It's showing the people we have the power and we need to restrain the government. And I think the people of this country are starting to see this. Even the D's, they're starting to wake up too. And yes, they will continue to wake up. And I do believe in the end, Trump will have the people with him, and the deep state, they are going to be in a deep panic. And I do believe this is exactly where Trump wants them, because once they set all the precedents, once Trump has everything that he needs, he can turn around and go after them with everything that he has, because he will have the people's blessing. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22, and that was last night's. Just so everybody knows, that was last night's. So there'll probably be a new one out today before I'm done. We will play that if it comes out before then. Do I think that there will be a 2024 election? Okay, it's personal speculation. Okay, so because I don't want anybody misconstruing what I say. I think that there will be an attempt at an election, but I believe that games are going to be played to an extent where, okay, let's look at it like this. Okay, if it was proven today that 2020 was rigged, okay, and they said, okay, DJT becomes president as of this moment, right? Well, wouldn't that entitle him to 4 years? Wouldn't that entitle him to 4 years? You know, and basically an abolishment of everything that Biden did. Okay. Well, yeah, it would seem so. Yeah. You know, but you never, you know, it's these bureaucrats, politicians, run amok, idiots. You know, everybody would be having a cow. Everybody would be having a cow. So I believe that an attempt at the election is a necessity. Okay. I think that there's going to be a lot of hoopla surrounding it. And I kind of have this feeling that the election may happen before November. I think it may happen before November. I could be wrong. You know, I'm the first one to say it. There's a damn good chance that I'm wrong in regards to this. But that's just, again, that's my personal opinion, my personal speculation. Okay. But I know that when the election time comes, we know that if he does not win, then that it was absolutely rigged. Because we see everybody, coming to this side right now. We see everybody coming this way. You got very, very, very small numbers that are, and this, the thing is, we are the majority. We've just been told that we were the minority for so long, that we believed them. We believed that there was more Democrats in this country than there are Republicans. No, there's not. No, there is not. I would say 70-30. 70% of the U.S. is Republican, conservative, independent conservatives, and I believe that the other 30% are both independent and Democratic, and that's it. Yeah. It's see, not what it seems. This is, that's a good point. The military will be in control publicly for up to 4 months, I believe. They will not just hand it to 45. It will be shown as a CW. Doesn't follow. Don't know what you mean by CW there, but it's the idea of this is that once the crime is exposed, then there's going to be that period of time where, the military will absolutely be in control until the power is turned back over to the people. I think that that there's a lot to really look at, and a comprehension of all of these things manifesting in front of our face right now, confirming a lot of our thoughts about what has gone on, during this period of time. I think that, there's going to be a period where the military will be in charge. And then it will go from there. I know you want to start howling with the rest of them. I hear them out there. The sirens are going by. I hear them too. Please don't start howling. Okay. Very good. Go outside. Go outside with the big dogs. Go ahead. You guys ready for this? Oh, good. The sirens got past. And okay. Whew. I thought that this was going to turn into I was concerned for a second there. I know it would sound cute and all that, but it's a pain in the butt. Let me tell you. Because once they get singing, then the big dogs will keep singing, and then the little dogs will just keep going even after the big ones are done, because that's what the big ones are doing. So it's not so fun all the time, especially 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh my Lord. Sirens go by at that time, and I'm just like ready to flip and shoot myself. Not kidding at all. All right. Yeah. So there's, I think that there's going to be, I think that there's going to be action before that. And I don't mean action like as in a war. Okay. Kind of thing, kind of scenario. I think that there's going to be actions that are going to verify more and more and more and more and more of what we've been talking about, and we will see what we'll we just got to kind of sit back and watch. But get involved, get involved with, especially your local and your county and your state, get involved in such a way that they don't, that they know that you're there. You know what I mean? And that you're not going to take any crap, and this is going to be a legitimate, election, and so on and so forth. So get involved in your local politics. Don't think twice about it. All right, let's go ahead and get into our next one. SGT report. Here we go.
Woe to you who would scandalize one of my little ones. Better that a millstone should be tied around your neck and thrown into the depths of the ocean than you should scandalize one of these. And that's exactly what these people are doing. They're trading in human flesh, and the people that are doing it are literally tying that millstone around their neck, and they will find themselves one day in the deepest depths of hell.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. Thanks so much for coming on back to the show. That was Michael Hitchborn. We heard from Michael just 1 month ago about the corruption and the demonic energy coming from the Vatican. Well, he's the president of Lepanto Institute, and he hits the nail on the head again with the truth about Pizzagate, Pedogate, and the American Ponzi scheme. Thanks so much for tuning in, friends. Don't miss this one. Spread it far and wide. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. You guys remember that interview I did with Diane Kaiser a while back? Well, in that conversation, Diane mentioned leaky gut. Well, speaking of digestive issues, this is caused by a potential toxin that's in all of the, quote, healthy foods that scientists have been telling us to eat with that fraudulent food pyramid for the longest time. And this potential toxin causes digestive issues, according to Dr. Stephen Gundry, a world-renowned cardiologist. Warning signs include weight gain, fatigue, digestive discomfort, and stiff joints, even skin problems. Well, Dr. Gundry explains these side effects are often mistaken for normal signs of aging because digestive issues develop usually over a matter of years, sometimes even over decades. I can assure you that this damage is probably caused by these health foods, and it's far from normal. The good news is you can easily help fix this problem from your own home. It's simple. You just have to know which foods are actually healthy and which contain this hidden potential toxin. You can go find this yourself at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. That's gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. Click on the link in the description below the video, because after years of research, Dr. Gundry has decided to release an informative video to the public for free and uninterrupted, showcasing exactly which foods you need to avoid. Go find the video right now at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. The link is below. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very, very much for finding us once again. It's Sean from SGTreport.com. And guys, got to tell you, back on December 6th, I did an incredible interview. At least I thought it was incredible because my guest is incredible. It was called Satan, the Pope, and the Vatican, with the one, the only Michael Hitchborn. He's the president of Lepanto Institute. And at the conclusion of that interview, after we wrapped, I asked if I could get Michael back on in about a month because I enjoyed that conversation so much. And Michael's back right now with an update about the fact that the leadership of the Catholic Church has strayed from biblical teachings. And not only that, they have funded their enemies with $100,000 in tithes to a group that literally prays to demons and has altars to Satan. So would it surprise you at all, dear friends, that the Vatican's doctrine chief, the number 2 man at the Vatican, wrote a pornographic book in 1998? Guys, you just can't make this up in our fallen world. Michael Hitchborn, welcome back. How are you, sir?
Thanks so much for having me back on. It's a pleasure.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. As I noted before we hit record, I want to do a topical news update with you today because in our fallen world, the tyranny just keeps on coming. But let's show your website here, because one of the updates you had when I asked you was that very fact that the second in command over at the Vatican wrote a pornographic and blasphemous book back in 1998. So the hits keep coming from the Vatican, don't they, Michael?
They absolutely do. And you know, so Tucho Fernandez, his full name is Cardinal Victor Fernandez. He is the prefect for the dicastery of the doctrine of the faith. And what that means is that he's supposed to be the one who interprets, explains, and answers questions pertaining to the doctrine of the church, the doctrine of the faith. And recently he caused a huge dust up within the church just before Christmas, because he issued a statement saying that there would be certain circumstances in which same-sex couples could receive a blessing from a priest. And he outlined what those circumstances are. But the problem is that he tried to make the distinction between blessing a couple and blessing the nature of their union, as if the two could be separated. But they can't be, because if you're in a relationship and you're presenting yourselves as a couple, the natural thing is that you are a couple in a relationship asking for a blessing. You can't separate what you're blessing. So he tries to make that distinction. And he also tries to make a distinction between what a priest is blessing in accordance with liturgical norms. In other words, if he's a priest wearing priestly garb and sitting in front of an altar and all that, and the nature of a priest giving a blessing. So he tries to make a distinction there, which can't be made. It's not there. There is no theological understanding that would allow for a separation of that nature. But he tries to carve that out with this document, and it caused a huge uproar. In fact, just recently, Cardinal Robert Sarah, who is a very prominent cardinal from Africa, came right out and said that what he proposed in his document was heresy. He came right out and said that it was heresy. So now we've got this number 2 guy. He's been charged with heresy by another cardinal of the Catholic Church. And yesterday, a bunch of journalists all over the world received copies of this book, which Fernandez tried to make disappear. He tried desperately to make this book disappear. But somebody got a hold of it, and they photocopied it, and they sent copies to a bunch of journalists everywhere. We got a copy. And in this article that you were just showing, we analyzed the book and showed that what he did is systematically go through and try and claim that the ecstatic experiences of certain saints in the church were somehow tantamount to sexual orgasmic experiences. And then he even goes so far as to try and claim that in experiencing orgasm, that a couple is experiencing God, or there's a reflection or a mirror of that. And it's a disgusting, debased approach to theology that is not only impossible, it's blasphemous and sacrilegious. So the number 2 guy in the entire Catholic Church, the guy who's in charge of interpreting scripture or interpreting doctrine, somehow believes that there is a sexual nature to our relationship with God. And it's sick, it's blasphemous, and he's got to go.
You know, God gave us sexual relations between a man and a woman to bring other human beings into the world, to bring our progeny into the world. It's a gift. It's a sacred gift from God between a man and a woman, and it brings life into the world. And that's why the union, a marriage between a man and a woman, is something precious. It's sacred. It's literally a gift from God. And the miracle of birth, it's unbelievably special, isn't it? And this fallen world attempts to destroy that union every single day. They cheapen it. Pornography is destroying that sacred union between a man and a woman, a husband and a wife, every single day. And young people are falling prey to it. And it's all by design. I think it's part of this Zionist plot to destroy our society. I got to tell you.
It's a satanic and diabolical plot, because what at the end of the day, what we're talking about is a spiritual understanding of human sexuality that is contrary to what God established. If you enter into porneia, the idea that you use sex for the experience of sex, and that's all that it is, you have destroyed the nature that God created himself and the purpose for which he created it, which, as you rightly pointed out, is the begetting of children. He said in the very beginning, be fruitful and multiply. But you know what Cardinal Fernandez says in his book, and the way he leads people down this dark path, is to try and he adds a lot of theologically sounding arguments and statements and references to saints and that kind of thing, but he's using cherry-picked lines to draw a path that goes away from what the church actually teaches and towards an ideology that is rooted in a based understanding of sexuality, and it's sick.
Well, it seems like the whole Catholic Church is rapidly moving toward the secular. Right? They're welcoming in the LGBTQ folks. They're welcoming in the anti-human movement. And it just reminds me of Archbishop Vigano's letter of warning to President Trump about the children of darkness. So let me ask you about Pope Francis and the current Vatican. Do you think this will be the last pope? And do you agree with Archbishop Vigano about the children of darkness having taken control of the Vatican and our world?
The children of darkness have definitely. I mean, that's just... that is observably factual. You can't argue with that. It's what we call a self-evident truth. So yeah, absolutely, the children of darkness have taken over the world. They've taken over the Vatican. With regard to Pope Francis, do I think he'll be the last pope? Maybe. I don't know what's really around that corner. And the fact of the matter is, and a lot of people say, well, he's stacked the deck with the College of Cardinals, and he's made it impossible for us to ever have a faithful or Orthodox cardinal ever again. And my response is, you really can't see around that corner. You don't know what God is going to do. And it reminds me of the priests of Baal. If you know that story from scripture, where Elijah goes and he challenges the priests of Baal, and he says, why don't we just build 2 altars? You guys build one to Baal and I'll build one to God. And whoever gets their fire lit from their God, that's the true God. So the priests of Baal are sitting there. They build up this big pile of sticks, and they've got everything laid out, and they start chanting and praying and crying and singing and whatever. And Elijah starts mocking them. Says, yes, please build it as high as you can. Oh, yes, dance higher or dance harder and cut yourselves deeper and bleed yourselves much more, because obviously you're just not doing it well enough. And he just mocks them until finally he offers a single prayer, and God sends a fireball that not only lights the fire, but annihilates the entire thing. And this, after he had water dumped all over the sticks and dumped into a moat around this entire altar to show that there was no possibility it could ever be lit by human hands. And I think the same thing would be true for the Vatican and the Catholic Church, that at some point, God is allowing the children of darkness to believe that they have the upper hand, and they've got all of the cards. But there will be a fire from above. It will annihilate that pile of sticks. Oh, and by the way, afterward, Elijah ordered the slaughter of all the priests of Baal, and that could very well happen as well.
That reminds me of the Ceausescus in Romania. These things can turn on a dime. Let me show you a screen share, and then I want to get into the current news because the people who serve the children of darkness, they seem unable to be stopped, but that's only because their tyranny has reached new levels and new heights, which is serving to wake up humanity. Now get this, I just got this from Google, and I don't even have AdSense. I don't have Google Ads anymore. They kicked me off their platform, but for some reason I still get their emails. You ready for this? Introducing a new sensitive events policy. Sensitive events. What could that be? Think false flag. Dear Ad Manager Partner, on February 9th, 2024, Google will introduce a new sensitive events policy. Per the Google Ad Manager Partner guidelines, these policies are applicable to Google Ad Manager partners, et cetera, et cetera. A sensitive event is an unforeseen event or development that creates significant risk to Google's ability to provide high quality, relevant information and ground truth and reduce insensitive or exploitative content in prominent and monetized features. During a sensitive event, we may take a variety of actions to address these risks. All right, I could read between the lines. Sensitive events, well, that could be a false flag. That could be a big terror event. It could be a cyber polygon-like event. It could be an EMP weapon going off. It could be any number of different things. The internet going down. It could be an assassination attempt on a beloved politician. Who knows what a sensitive event could be? But it's Google and the powers that ought not be flexing their muscle against what they call disinformation and misinformation. And they're really starting to lose control so rapidly that this is now how they're behaving, these people that serve the children of darkness. All right, guys, I got to show you this. Canadian real journalist David Menzies from Rebel News, well, he was arrested for daring to ask globalist criminal Christina Freeland a question. Now watch what they claim he did. You tell me if you see anything here worthy of arrest.
Ms. Freeland, how come the IRGC is not a terrorist group? Why is your government supporting Islamo-Nationalism? What? Excuse me. What are you doing? You're under arrest for assault. Why are you supposed to be? You're under arrest for assault. You're under arrest for assault. Police, you're under arrest. How am I under arrest? You bumped into me. You pushed into me.
Note the Nazi right there on the left. The Castro Trudeau employed Nazi, the Gestapo. He's being arrested for assault. You know what? I didn't see any assault there, Michael. Did you see any assault? The only assault I saw was by the guy claiming that the reporter committed assault.
No, in fact, if you watch that slowed down just a little bit, what you'll see is that the Gestapo guy you were mentioning intercepted him. He stepped in the way deliberately,
100%.
which caused him to bump into him, and that's what he called assault. So no, that, you know, in a court of law, they'll look at that and they'll say this is entrapment.
It's also abuse of power. It is literally Gestapo tactics, but that's what you see in a fallen world, in a fallen republic. Of course, we're talking about the parliament.
Okay, I got to pause this. Question was asked, and I'm going to answer that. Was Area 51 filled with children? Yes. Yes, it was. Got that? Area 51 was filled with children. Experimental children. It wasn't for sacrifices. It wasn't, as for bloodletting, that's another story. Okay. But yes, Area 51 was filled with children. Why do you think that, seriously, okay, if they had aliens there, do you really think that they would pull the security parameters in which they have for that place? Okay. If it was just about aliens and an alien spacecraft? No. Okay. The cover up is what gets them every single time. Okay. Where can you house 800,000 missing children? Okay. In places like these deep underground military bases. Okay. And Area 51 was one of the very high points of that. Okay. And there is so much more to this than people can even imagine. Okay. I can't even go into everything that I have discovered through my military contacts and everything else, because I can't have them come on and say, well, I can't tell you who I am. Right. That would be kind of like, I'd be a Phil Godzlewski if that was the case. Okay. All right. That'd be like me saying that I'm the sixth member of the Q team. Okay. Which I'm not. Okay. Never claimed to be, would never claim to be, or anything like that. Okay. But this idiot, okay, does. Okay. And he fills people with all these glorifying things. Okay. And it was, is it known by whose authority Area 51 was used for children? Well, you got to think about who runs that. Okay. And we've had a large portion of the Pentagon. Okay. And the military branch. Okay. That have been involved with this, as well as political, as well as entertainment, as well as music, as well as Hollywood. Okay. It's the idea that the powers that be are under control by something greater than what we know. Okay. I was playing something a couple of days ago, and it was talking about how there are people in Washington, D.C. that we never see, we never hear, but have influence over everybody in Washington, D.C. Okay. They have influence over all of them, but they're never out there giving the speeches. They're never out there on the congressional floor or on the Senate floor. Okay. They're the money. They are the pure evil. And they have infiltrated, okay, not just in a way that we think like the aliens infiltrated, okay, or are infiltrating. I should say are infiltrating, okay, that the money is their means of infiltration. And it's the thing that we have to realize, that there has to be something. Yeah, it sounds good, Clayby. Yeah, it sounds good. You know, that there is something more sinister going on because they would not go through what they're going through in order to protect the facility. And Area 51 isn't just one building. There are multiple underground uh, uh, structures throughout that whole region. Okay, but they are all centralized because of Area 51. Okay. So yes, there, yeah, it's, I needed to stop and answer that because it's, I'm not going to have any disinformation going around. It's got to, these are hard truths that we have to come to grips with. Okay. The quicker we come to terms with these hard truths, the next hard truths we get onto, you know, and that's just it. That's just the way it is. Okay. But yeah, there's, all of these facilities have had, uh, you know, uh, this same infiltration. Okay. That is running our politics, that is running our entertainment, that is running our movies and music and everything else. Okay. And on the top of that, on the top of all of that, boils down to financial. Okay. And it's these are just hard truths that we just have to recognize and see. And it's, the experimentation that's going on. Okay. And things like that. You have to understand the extent of what this network is truly about. Okay. And like I said, where do we keep our feet? We keep our feet firmly planted with the Lord. Okay. And he's going to guide us to the right answers. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. He's going to guide us there. And that's just the facts of it. Okay. And I know that it's hard to hear that, but facts are facts. More and more things are being revealed to us on a daily basis. And as long as we recognize those truths, okay, and research around those truths, then we begin to learn more and more and more, and it allows us to absorb it. But we have to face those hard truths first. Okay. All right. Back to it. Sorry.
Government of Canada, where the hand of the Queen, Justin Castro Trudeau, is just that. He didn't pledge his allegiance to the people of Canada. When he was sworn in, he pledged his allegiance to the Queen and her Privy Council. So I think this is all serving to wake people up in droves. And my question to you is, have they gone too far? I mean, the Great Awakening versus the Great Reset, I think they've gone too far. They've gone all in on the Great Reset, but they're only serving to wake people up more and more and in droves. And sooner or later, we hit a tipping point and these people lose.
Well, there's an old adage that all things accelerate towards their end. And I think what we're seeing is an acceleration towards the end. The dividing lines are becoming much more stark. People are finding themselves on one side or the other, and there are no middle grounds anymore. That middle ground is getting more and more narrow with each and every day, especially as they employ greater and greater strong arm tactics to try and put the thumb on people who are just simply trying to live their lives without being molested by government policies. And because of that, that's really kind of the end of it all, is just that they're finding themselves on one side or the other. There's no middle ground. And because of that, that's I wouldn't call it necessarily a great awakening. It's just, hey, people are going to be divided. Now the question is, what are we going to do about it? They have the power, but we have fortitude and they don't. You approach these guys, and if you expose them for what they are, they fold like a house of cards. They always do, because they're cowards at the heart. But how it'll play out, that's anybody's guess. But I think that the lines are definitely being divided.
Well, you sparked a thought. And it's this. People like Brett Weinstein, who was recently on Tucker Carlson, have come to the conclusion that this is actually a good thing because it has forced the dream team to come together. What is the dream team? It is we, the people, coming together, and really learned people who were the victims of this tyranny. People like Dr. James Thorpe, who lost his job. People like Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. The legions of people that were abused during the lockdowns, well, it's forced them to pick a side. And here's what Brett has to say about that.
Everybody responds to their personal well-being. If everybody says that's too dangerous to stand up, I'm not suicidal, I can't do it, then not enough people stand up to change the course of history. Whereas if people somehow put aside the obvious danger to their ability to earn and maybe to their lives of saying what needs to be said, then we greatly outnumber those we are pitted against. They are ferociously powerful, but I would also point out this interesting error. So I call the force that we're up against Goliath, just so I kind of remember what the battle is. Goliath made a terrible mistake, and it made it most egregiously during COVID, which is it took all of the competent people, took all of the courageous people, and it shoved them out of the institutions where they were hanging on. And it created, in so doing, the dream team. Created every player you could possibly want on your team to fight some historic battle against a terrible evil. All of those people are now at least somewhat awake. They've now been picked on by the same enemy. And yeah, all right, we're outgunned. It has a tremendous amount of power, but we've got all of the people who know how to think. So I hate to say it, or maybe I like to say it, but I don't think it's a slam dunk, but I like our odds.
Definitely not a slam dunk, but I like our odds too, man. And he's right. There's so many people that either they were on the fence or they didn't even know there was a problem. But they woke up right quick when they realized they could no longer inform their patients about the bioweapons dangers, and they lost their jobs. Boy, it's woken up a lot of people, hasn't it, Michael?
Absolutely. I'm reminded of the book of Esther, where the story is that King Azarias had sent out a decree at the insistence of one of his top advisors that they should just go ahead and slaughter all of the Jews in all of Babylonia. And it was a horrible decree. It was a terrible, terrible thing. And what King Azarias didn't realize was that his wife, Esther, was actually Jewish. And he put out this decree, didn't think much of it. It was set for a particular date, that on that date, if you had quarrel with your neighbor, you could go ahead and kill him and take his stuff, and that would be the end of it. The king's advisor did this because he had a particular hatred for a Jew named Mordecai, who was Esther's uncle. And he was irritated by the fact that Mordecai refused to bow his head to this advisor. So over the course of several days of prayer, what wound up happening is that Esther approached the king and then revealed to him the plot that took place at the insistence of Mordecai, that she herself would be subject to, that she would be killed because she also is Jewish. And the king was furious. He flew into a rage. Well, Mordecai, not realizing that she was herself Jewish, threw himself at her feet, knocked her over, and when the king came back, saw him seeming to assault her, and he ordered that he be hung on the gallows that he himself had created. What else is interesting is that at the end of the story, the king could not rescind a decree. If there was a decree, then it can't be taken back. So they went to the law, and they went to examine the law to find something that would happen, that they could do to overturn this terrible thing. And what they discovered in the law was that they could issue a second decree related to the first. And in that second decree, King Azarias stated that the Jews have every right to fight back. And that's what they did. There was a huge battle. And I think because that battle ended with the Jews being victorious, they survived. Many of them died, but there was a survival. There were many more of them than there were those who were willing to fight them. And that is, I think, exactly what you're talking about in this scenario, where what we are going to see is kind of an apocalyptic event where everything is going to come to a head. But we have to put our faith in God, just as they said in the or as Judah Maccabeus said in the Maccabees. Our strength doesn't come from numbers, but it comes from God alone. Victory in battle is obtained by God. So we have to turn to him in faith, and we have to act in faith. And as a result of that, he'll bring about a victory, but we're going to have to put the blood, sweat, and tears into the battle. That's what our institute is all about. That's why I named it after the Battle of Lepanto, which is this massive battle that took place between Muslims and Catholics as the Muslims were preparing to invade Europe. And it was through deep prayer. I mean, the Christians, they were outnumbered, they were outgunned, they were outmanned. They had inferior ships in the battle, but a favorable wind came just before the battle that gave us the upper hand. And we won not just a decisive victory, but a total victory. And that's it. Again, I think that it shows, it gives us an example of hope as to what it means that we're up against and how to fight it and what the result will be. We will always be victorious in Christ. That's always a given. It's just a matter of when and how.
The other thing, though, too, is that I really appreciate Brett Weinstein's mention of David versus Goliath.
Yeah.
Because Goliath in this case, and I want to show you guys something, a clip from the Jay Leno show that can only be fully understood now, several decades later, through the lens of information that we now have that we didn't have then. So when I think of Goliath in this New World Order, I think of the money printing machines. Believe me, we're going to get there in this conversation too. But I think of Joe Biden, the puppet who reports to the children of darkness. And now 85,000 immigrant children have gone missing because of the open border. And they've either been trafficked into the slave trade or the sex slave trade. Additionally, another Goliath, Epstein, the Mossad, Little St. James, Bill Clinton on the Lolita Express. Bill Clinton, a former president on the Lolita Express, probably blackmailed by the Mossad. So that's Goliath. Let me show you something, guys. For all that is secret will eventually be brought into the open, and everything that is concealed will be brought to light and made known to all. Well, maybe that explains this clip. This is John F. Kennedy Jr. on the Jay Leno show so many years ago, saying something that now is so abundantly clear, but people just thought it was funny when he said it. This is about Monica Lewinsky in a poem she wrote as a child. Do y'all remember who Monica Lewinsky was? The blue dress, Clinton in the White House? Listen to this.
We happen to have someone who sent us Monica Lewinsky's poem that she wrote in ninth grade. Actually, not in ninth grade, when she was a 9-year-old. And I know I'm going to rot in hell eternally for this, but can I maybe just give it a sample?
Yeah, give a sample.
Okay. It was written, the poem is a poignant rumination on how, quote, I can be a delicious lunch, dinner, or breakfast if you're weird. She goes on to describe herself, quote, as a round and flat piece of dough with lots of topping. I am a mouth's best friend. I make you say, yum, yum.
It's amazing how kids know at a young age what they're going to do with their life.
Let me come back to you, Michael. You followed the Pizzagate, Pedogate investigations, Epstein Island. I don't know if you followed what was going on allegedly at Comet Ping Pong, which somehow resulted in James Alefantis being named by GQ magazine as the 49th most powerful man in Washington, D.C. He's not a senator. He's not a congressman. He's not even a politician. We're told he's a pizza shop owner, but he was the 49th most powerful. I mean, come on. So Pizzagate is real. Pedogate is real. And there's no more proof needed other than 85,000 immigrant children have now vanished. They've vanished into the hands, with the assistance of the HHS and the Biden administration, they vanished into the hands of traffickers, and now they're gone. Pizzagate and Pedogate is real, and only through the lens of time, only with the benefit of time, can we understand what John F. Kennedy Jr. was really trying to tell us there.
Oh, without doubt. I mean, it's hard to say whether she was just speaking as a child would, or if she was speaking because there was some sort of correlation in her mind that was already being pre-programmed because of what we now know about Pizzagate, Pedogate, and all that kind of stuff. The correlations of various foods with various sexual proclivities, shall we say.
Hey, friends, apologies for the quick break and a word from our sponsor. Have you ever known a time when everything has been in this much chaos? The markets are all over the place, and nobody's quite sure what to do. What are you doing to make sure your money is safe? Precious metals, gold and silver, have seen us through wars, depressions, and natural disasters for thousands of years. Now, always do your own diligence, as there is no guarantee in any investment of any kind. But gold and silver might just be the answer right now. Open a Noble Gold Investments IRA today and claim your free 3-ounce Silver American Virtue coin. Yes, free. Call 877-646-5347 right now and safeguard your financial future against market volatility. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. The link is below.
Sexual proclivities, shall we say.
Known terms by the FBI that pedophiles use.
Yep.
Coded language when they're talking about doing bad things to kids, hot dogs, pizza. This is all part of the known language. And those were some of the key words found in those Podesta and Clinton emails that were given to WikiLeaks by Seth Rich, who then they whacked, as you well know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, so that's it's been a long time since I looked at the Pedogate, Pizzagate stuff, so I'm going by memory, but I remember being very disturbed by what I was hearing. And I mean, let's face it, what's going on at the border currently. You mentioned the immigration crisis and how it's related to pedophilia. There is human trafficking taking place at the border, and we know that for a fact. And I also happen to know, because my contacts tell me, who are actually down at the border, that yes, Catholic Charities is heavily involved in the quote unquote relocation of a lot of these individuals. And they are known traffickers, human traffickers, drug traffickers, and they're known gang members. But Catholic Charities seems not to care, and seems to just be happy to receive federal funding to do its bidding in helping to engage in the trade of human flesh.
It's also deeply disturbing, because what does the Bible say about a person who would hurt a child? And beyond that, what does the Bible say about a culture that refuses to defend children? Michael, maybe you can field that question for us, because evidently the U.S. government is knee-deep in child sex trafficking, and there are whistleblowers from the HHS saying just that. They know what's going on, and they don't care. In fact, they're facilitating the trafficking of children.
Woe to you, who would scandalize one of my little ones. Better that a millstone should be tied around your neck and thrown into the depths of the ocean than you should scandalize one of these. And that's exactly what these people are doing. They're trading in human flesh, and in that act, they're destroying the innocence of children. And with the destruction of innocence in children, what they are doing is causing grave and, in many cases, irreparable scandal to them. And the people that are doing it are literally tying that millstone around their neck, and they will find themselves one day in the deepest depths of hell.
That's right. By destroying children, they are, whether they know it or not, they are destroying themselves.
Yep.
Full stop. Okay, there's no way around it, folks. They're destroying themselves. So one way or the other, justice will be served. But I think it's going to be in this lifetime. So check this out. Yeah, check this out. So I retweeted this to Tyler Winklevoss, one of these big Bitcoin guys who, along with his brother, his twin brother, owns Gemini, the crypto platform. Well, Andrew Torba, the CEO of Gab, got an email out of the blue from these people yesterday saying they're shutting down his Gemini platform, his ability to buy Bitcoin, etc., because, well, they can't say, but because of security reasons. So then today I saw that Andrew Torba tweeted this out, the child rape assembly line, citing a rabbi who was 63 years old, who admitted child rape assembly line among sects of fundamentalist Jews. And so I had to reply, I had to tweet that out. No wonder Tyler Winklevoss banned you from his horrible crypto platform, Gemini. Andrew, you're just too truthy for fascists. But let me scroll down. How about this? The Jewish Shabbat movement, which dug tunnels in New York City, holding a tiny soiled mattress in a high chair, has been linked to child sex abuse. So evidently, this man admits to diddling children and doing things to children as young as 5 that shouldn't be done to a 5-year-old girl. And so I wanted to play this video down below because this was breaking last night as you and I are having this conversation. And it's really, really crazy. There are tunnels below this synagogue in New York City, evidently the headquarters of, is it Shabbat? Am I getting that right?
Shabbat, yeah.
Tunnels below. And one wonders what they were doing down in those tunnels.
Yeah, I remember last night I saw the same videos and I sent them to a friend of mine from New York and I said, what the hell is going on here? I didn't have any context. All I saw was that they had discovered these tunnels and that they had discovered mattresses. I didn't realize that there was also an allegation regarding child trafficking, but it makes sense.
I'll just play a little bit of this because it's just really stunning. I don't know what's going on down there, but look, you know, the same thing happened with Comet Ping Pong. Let me sound this down and I'll just play some of this. But the same thing happened with Comet Ping Pong when the allegations were being made because of those WikiLeaks emails exposing John Podesta as a potential pedophile, which, by the way, Andrew Breitbart rightly tweeted about in 2012 before he was murdered. Progressive guru John Podesta is a world-class sex slave op, cover-upper, defending unspeakable dregs. Andrew Breitbart wrote that in 2012 before we even knew about Comet Ping Pong. But the same thing with Comet Ping Pong. It was alleged that nefarious things were going on at Comet Ping Pong. And we know about bands like Sex Stains. We know that there was inappropriate, at the very least, things happening there at Comet Ping Pong, but then it was all covered up by the mainstream horror media. I remember Megyn Kelly bringing James Alefantis on for the most soft-pedaled, ridiculous interview I've ever seen. And it was no hard-hitting questions about his pizza shop or him being the 49th most powerful man in DC. How does that make sense? It was about, how do you feel? How does it feel to be targeted by these conspiracy theorists, James? And that went on for like 20 minutes, half hour. It's a complete joke, Michael. So again, through the lens of time, we're starting to see the truth.
Conspiracy theory is a phrase that was invented by the CIA to discredit those who questioned the Warren Commission report on the JFK assassination. It's been a weaponized term that has been used to discredit anybody who questions the common narrative ever since. If you look at, say, I don't know, Building 7 of the World Trade Center, and you say, that building went straight down and nothing hit it. That doesn't make sense to me. You say that and suddenly you're a conspiracy theorist, because how dare you question the narrative? If you say, I saw news reports showing them pulling explosive devices out of the Edward Murrah building in Kansas City, and after that, we saw nothing about the explosive devices. By the way, I saw the news reports. I saw them carrying the devices out as the reporter was saying.
Me too.
You know, but after that, nope, it was a car bomb and it was set outside the building. And that's all there was. Really? I mean, so you question that and suddenly once again, you're a conspiracy theorist. You mentioned Pizzagate, you mentioned Podesta, you show his creepy statues, the headless dead body statue that he has in his house, or the horrible, demented child torture paintings that he's got in his house. You mentioned those, you're a conspiracy theorist. So it's all par for the course. But after a while, a weaponized term like that loses its flavor as proof comes forward and shows that the people who were questioning things from the beginning were right.
Yeah, well, you're right. And you mentioned the artwork and that headless torso art. That's John's brother, Big Podesta, Tony Podesta. Right. And I really admire Breitbart because, and if I can find it, I'll play a clip. Andrew Breitbart famously saying, do you want to go to war? Because we'll go to war. And he mentions Big Podesta. That's Tony Podesta. So you have John Podesta embedded in Democrat government after government after government, including this current one. And then his brother, his big brother, Tony, boy, did that guy have a penchant for pedophilic art. But it's all coming to light. Everything in the darkness shall be brought to light. And here's that tweet from Andrew Torba. just got banned from Gemini, which I've been using for years to buy Bitcoin. And here's the letter. Get that. This is so crazy to me. So these Winklevoss twins who've been trying so hard to get a Bitcoin ETF, and now they're having their lunch handed to them by BlackRock and Van Eck and these others that are going to beat them to the punch. They send Andrew Torba a letter that says, due to a recent account review, Gemini has determined your account must be closed. Although we understand you have questions as to the reasons, Gemini is unable to disclose any further details. The risk review process is confidential, and Gemini will not be able to elaborate any further. Are you kidding me? That sounds like communist Russia. That sounds like communist China.
Mm-hmm.
What in the world is going on here, Michael? You got to be kidding me. My new thing is boycott Gemini. Anybody who gives any crap about crypto, you want to buy some Bitcoin, don't do it through Gemini, because they'll treat your account just like YouTube treated mine.
Sure. It's all control, because what the communists do, they always control choke points. They don't need to control an entire government, because if they control the choke points, then they've already got control of the government without having to put their name on it. If they control the institutions that transfer money, well, then they have control of the money. They don't have to have the bank accounts. They don't have to have your bank account. They just have to be able to control the transfer of funds. If they want to control the message, they don't need to have one single media outlet. They just have to have control of the institution that allows those outlets a chance to, or a platform to report from. So if it's a cable network, or if it's an internet platform, well, all you have to do is control that platform, and then all of the media outlets have to fall in line. If you want to hire or control the hiring and firing practices at various institutions, you just control the HR department. You don't have to control the boss. Boss doesn't hire and fire people, not in giant corporations. So HR is what you have to control. And that's how the communists work. And until we understand and really grasp that the communists are only about controlling choke points, because that's the strategy by which they capture everything. It's like Stalin said, I don't need to control the votes. I just need to control who counts the votes.
Mm-hmm. And Mayor Amschel Rothschild, who says, I don't care who controls a nation. I care who controls the nation's currency. And right. That's we, the Rothschilds. The tyrannical tiptoe into the abyss is just accelerating at a rate that really shocks me. But I think that's what happens when you hit $34 trillion in debt, and the National Debt Service now exceeds the DoD budget. And as Robert Breedlove wrote in his book, corrupt money corrupts everything. So I want to play one more soundbite for you in the audience. And I really want to talk about where we're headed with the corruption of our money in society. Let me show you this clip. I say this is Bidenomics at work, but she hasn't figured that out quite yet. Listen to this.
I cannot stand how the news has been dogging Gen Z and calling them lazy for not wanting to work a 9-to-5 for the rest of their lives. Let me put it in perspective for everybody who's a little confused here, okay? I work 5 days out of the week, 40 hours a week, okay? I do not make enough to live on my own. I would not make enough to pay rent, water, electric, and eat. All by myself. I would not be capable of doing that. 20 years ago, when you were getting started, you could live on your own. 20 years ago, when you first started, you were able to do everything that I am now struggling to do. Let me add another perspective here. You've been working for 20 years. You have 20 years of working experience behind your belt. You have 20 years of experience in a career that has allowed you to gain raises, to get more money, to profit you in an economy that you created.
Her ire and her anger, I'm coming back to you, Michael, should be pointed directly at the Federal Reserve,
the
Rothschild family, the central banks, the Morgans, JP Morgan, the Rockefellers, and Bidenomics. So we got to help her see the big picture.
Right. Well, I think what her real ire is directed towards is the realization that she's at the bottom end of a Ponzi scheme. Most people don't understand this, but the entire economic structure of the United States and globalist economics is a Ponzi scheme, whereby they collect the most money at the most powerful positions at the top, and everybody at the bottom is the support base, the entire support structure that feeds into that. And they get just a pittance in order to maintain and grease the skids for the mechanism that continues to propagate whatever the industry is, whether it's the car manufacturing industry or the pharmaceutical industry or even big builders. You know, you've got your contractors that are building roads or building buildings or whatever it is. The people at the lowest level, they're the ones who do the hardest work. And look, there's a lot of times the socialists will point this out too, and it sounds like a socialist complaint. But the real complaint is that there is a Ponzi scheme that is both economically driven, it is industrially driven, and it is financially driven or government driven based on the tax structure as well. So people at the lowest level rarely ever break into the next or the second or third highest level because the system doesn't allow them to. And there's a lot that goes into understanding that economic system, but it's all about controlling it's about controlling how the currency works. I mean, if she's making, say, $15 an hour, that's what, twice what it was 20 years ago, 25 years ago. That's still not enough because inflation alone has devalued the currency to the point that $15 an hour isn't going to cut what $7 an hour did 25 years ago. And then, of course, the tax structure is still what it was, and it hasn't really changed. The ratios haven't changed. The levels haven't changed a whole lot. So those remain the same while the currency is devalued, while jobs are devalued, while jobs now are by and large being overtaken by automation. So even entry-level positions in many industries are no longer there. Yeah, she has a valid complaint, but she doesn't understand exactly why it works the way that it does. So it's helping her to understand that's going to take a lot, but there's a lot to it.
Yeah, and most people don't speak the language. I don't know if she understands that the Federal Reserve is private.
Yeah.
And that they have been given, and they gave themselves the right to print the money out of thin air at a 6% debt payment directly back to the Federal Reserve on every new Federal Reserve note issued, going all the way back to 1913. And the other thing that I really empathize with her about is the asset inflation. The median sales price of an existing home back in 1995, 96 was around 100 grand.
Yep.
Now what is it? 380 grand, 400 grand? I don't know. So yeah, she has no hope of home ownership under the current doctrine. And that's the problem. Because look, what really, really is starting to tick people off and what people are starting to understand is taxation is theft. Inflation is theft. And when they debase your money, they are stealing from you and your progeny. They're stealing from future generations. And frankly, Robert Breedlove, who I mentioned, I should find the tweet. I don't have it in front of me, so I'll sort of paraphrase, but something like the trillions and trillions that they printed on under the COVID lockdowns stole like 100 million hours of labor from future generations. So it literally is a Ponzi scheme, and the looting is being done in the wide open, but it's starting to wake up a lot of people, and it's making a lot of people angry. I think that's partially a good thing because angry people tend to do research. They tend to dig. They start to ask questions. But at the same time, you don't want a total collapse with a country filled with really angry people, Michael. That's what scares me.
There's another element to the inflation that a lot of people don't think about either, and that's the fraction reserve banking. That fraction reserve banking is another form of inflation that doesn't get counted in what the government considers the national debt. Because what the national debt is about is going to the Federal Reserve and saying, we need to print X number of dollars. They're not actually printing money. They do in many cases, but they're not saying we need 10 billion or 100 billion or $1 trillion of printed currency. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is we need you to make available in the form of credit this amount of money. Print a bunch of it, but we don't need it actually printed. We just need it accounted for. That's just what they ask the Federal Reserve for. But each and every single individual bank only holds 10% of whatever is deposited in that bank. They loan out the rest. So when you have on your ledger sheet, let's say that you've got $10,000 in your bank account, and on your ledger sheet, it says $10,000. Well, they take that $10,000. They say, okay, you're accounted for $10,000. Then they remove 9,000 of it and loan it to somebody else. Now you have $9,000 in existence that didn't exist before because your ledger sheet still says $10,000. And that other person's walking around with $9,000 in their pocket to spend elsewhere. And if they were to deposit that in their bank account, well, then 8,000 of that $9,000 gets removed and they're able to then loan out the $8,000. You see how this works? And it builds on itself to such a degree that you couldn't possibly count the cost of inflation due to this fraction reserve banking that goes on top of what we have in the national debt.
Yeah, that's a lucid point. We're going to be talking about the DTCC with my friend Bick Swear in a broadcast coming up this week, because they are actually the owners of all stocks and people really need to wake up right quick. I wanted to ask you one last question. I'll show you this. Then I'm going to show your website and ask that final question. This from my buddy, Dr. William Mackes, who I've had on the show. New article, Australia is building world's largest sudden cardiac arrest registry to solve the mystery of COVID-19 mRNA vaccine sudden cardiac deaths. And now we hear that Pfizer has bought a company for some, I think it was $43 billion. The company doesn't have any successful products, but a promising product for turbo cancer. And what is happening all over the world now since the rollout of the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine? Well, cardiac arrests, sudden deaths, turbo cancers all over the planet, which leads me back to your excellent website, a great source for truth, guys, Lepanto Institute, lepantoin.org. Here's what I wanted to ask you, and it plays into what we were just talking about, what I just showed, the importance of a good death. You do a podcast over here I recommend that people check out. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of a good death, because here's what really troubles me so deeply, and I've shared this just a little bit, but somebody close to our family who was important to our family and would have been even more important in the future, I can't get into why, but a really good man died suddenly in his sleep at age 64 about 6 weeks ago, completely unexpectedly. And he died suddenly at age 64 in the dream home he just built, and he was divorced, so he died alone in that home. And it breaks my heart because that is not a good death. And I want to note for the audience that he was vaccinated. I don't know how many boosters he got, but he certainly got the first round of the Pfizer shot. And now he's dead. He died suddenly. And it breaks my heart because to me, that's not a good death, Michael. Can you just describe a little bit about that podcast, the importance of a good death? Because I think people are being robbed. Yeah. And they're being murdered. They're being robbed of a good death, and they're being murdered by Pfizer. And when you murder somebody, you take away their right to repent. You take away their right to say goodbye to their loved ones. You take away everything they had. And it really is starting to piss me off down to my very soul.
No, rightly so. And the best example of a good death really is the death of Saint Joseph, the foster father of Jesus. When it's about 3 years before our Lord's public ministry is when it's estimated that Saint Joseph died. We don't know how he died. We only have a tradition which says that he died in the presence of our Lord and Our Lady. And that is the example of a good death, because who in this life wouldn't want to die in the presence of his Savior? Because Fulton Sheen used to say, if souls are not saved, then nothing is saved. And the only purpose of this life is salvation. We're only here for a very short period of time. You blink and it's gone. But eternity in heaven or hell is a very long time. And even if you spend millions and millions and billions of years in hell, it hasn't even yet started. And that's a horrible, terrible thing to think about. And as you pointed out, if you don't have that moment, that time to repent, that thought that, my God, I love you, save my soul. If you don't have that moment, if you don't have that opportunity, then that murderer has robbed you of your right of repentance. Now, it also means that we should be living our lives as well as we possibly can so that we're not caught in a moment. So we should be living a life of repentance, a life of love toward God, toward our neighbor. But until we get to that final moment, everything we do should be a preparation for it. It's said that the pagans of the world look towards life and back into death, whereas Christians look towards death and back into life. And we, as Christians, looking at that cross and looking at the death of our Lord, reflect our lives on that cross. And then we say, I can now live because in him I can die. And that's what it means to die a good death.
God bless you, man. No, it just really breaks my heart because that man was a maverick. And that man died alone at 4:30. Well, we don't know what time, but he died alone in the middle of the night. I say 4:30 because actually another friend of the family just had a massive heart attack at 4:30 in the morning. So now that's two people, both vaccinated in the past 6 weeks, one of whom died, the other one critical condition. Looks like she's going to make it. But God, it just breaks my heart as people are dying suddenly all over the world. And these people that serve the children of darkness are covering it all up. And, you know, I tweeted about this the other day. One last comment, and then we'll hear what you have to say about this. I pray to God it happens, but when will the televised trials, the tribunals for Albert Bourla and Pfizer begin? And I would add to the mix Joe Biden and his open borders. Maybe it's Fauci thinking. Is it wishful? Yeah, Fauci. It's wishful thinking, though, isn't it?
Yeah. If it happens, it happens. I mean, it happened in 1945 and 46. Why not now? So I think that we can look forward to it. We should work for it. If it happens, then praise be to God. If it doesn't, well, then justice will be done in God's own time anyway.
Yeah. All right. We're going to share your website one last time. Check out the podcast. You want to learn about real climate change? Well, you can listen to that one too and read all about the blasphemous book from the second in charge over at the Vatican. Unbelievable. What a great resource for truth. Thanks for all you do, Michael. We really appreciate you, your voice, and thanks for defending the faith in our fallen world. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on and for helping me to share the message.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. I will leave a link to your website below. Guys, check it out. Click on it. Listen to the podcast. Support Lepanto Institute. Our guest has been the president of Lepanto Institute, Michael Hitchborn. All right, until next time, Michael, thank you so much.
God bless you.
God bless you. Friends, thanks so much for being here, and thanks for tuning in. And again, thanks for supporting us over at sgtreport.com every single day. That is the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of the lies coming from the mainstream mockingbird media and the children of darkness to whom they report. God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
All right, that was the SGT report. That was, again, that was put out last night, but I unfortunately had to disconnect everything and get my pumps running, or else we would be current and up to date on what we're putting out right now. But I felt that it was important enough that I take the time to bring that to you. So, okay, up next, and we know, here we go.
And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night.
Trusted interlocutors. Think of the people. If your kid wanted to find out whether or not there's a man on the moon or whatever, something, or, whether those aliens are here or not, who are the people they talk to beyond the kids who love talking about it?
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Well, I think that's going to be for all of us.
Just killing the song. That's all. Bear with us. Bear with me. Just killing the song. Not going to get a strike for it. And you would think that these guys would figure out that I'm playing their stuff over here, you know. You'd think it, but
the amount of
you never know.
strange things that President Trump said in video clips the past few days certainly has us excited. One of them, I have replaced people that were corrupt that were supposed to be president. He actually said that. We're going to show you that today. The information battle is at an all-time high. The spiritual warfare is huge. We will see the corruption in Georgia, explore the courts, see immigration unveil what they're actually up to. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the black community and the exposure that came from Cat Williams and some more on that and how that's playing out. It is brilliant at the end of this video today. Hang in there. Folks, I just wanted to start with this. Wanted to show you we're up to 430,000 followers on Rumble. We really appreciate that. Also on BitChute, near 100,000. When you head over to Rumble, you'll notice that there's a leaderboard. And one of the things that gets my team pretty excited, not that we're in competition, because we're not. Everybody's trying to do the best they can. But we're usually number 1 or number 2 on Rumble, thanks to you. And I just want to thank you and just remind you that you would hit that follow button below, the like button, share, and also the bell to have those notifications pop up whenever a new video is placed up. We're trying to reach 1 million this year. That's a big goal. Been praying through it and hoping that something like that would play out for us all. And so here's a message from President Trump.
State, city. Because of Joe Biden, I spend a lot of time in courts, federal, state, city. And tomorrow I'll be attending another Biden-inspired federal appeals court argument on presidential immunity in Washington, D.C. Of course, I was entitled as president of the United States and commander-in-chief to immunity. I'm entitled to immunity. Every president, especially one that did the job I did a great job. And I wasn't working for myself. I was working for the country. I wasn't campaigning. The election was long over. Wasn't campaigning. I was looking for voter fraud, something that I have to do under my mandate. I have to look for voter fraud.
And so I'm going to go to the 350 mark because this is a pretty long video. And this is where I mentioned earlier, where he states something that's pretty remarkable.
People are angry that I've done such a good job, and I've replaced people that were corrupt, that were supposed to be president.
I've replaced people that were corrupt, that were supposed to be president. What does that mean? You guys leave your below this video what you think that means. Amazing.
So take on the fake Biden indictments. They're all Biden indictments. These aren't indictments, as we say, like God coming down from heaven and saying you did something wrong. These were indictments given and pushed by Joe Biden. And he told his DOJ to do it. Don't believe anything else. He told his DOJ to do it. Go and indict him because he's losing badly in the polls, so badly that the only problem is that thus far, it's pushed us way up in the polls, higher than anybody's ever been, actually, because people see it's a scam and they see it's a persecution, and they don't like it when it comes to anything, but certainly not when it comes to a president. They're running a political campaign in a dirty way, even worse than they did previously. And frankly, it's never happened in our country before. It only happens in third world countries or banana republics. They're using their Department of Injustice to go after his political appointment. And this is all him, 100% him. He's the one that told him to do it, and they obey his orders. It's a shame. Never happened in the United States before, but it's happened now. And he has to be careful because that can happen to him also. The next president, whoever that may be, has a statute of limitations that go back 6 years. That's a long time, Joe. You have to be very careful. We have to guard and protect our country. We have to do what's right for our country. You don't indict your political opponent because he opposes the corrupt election, which you know was corrupt. Everybody knows it was corrupt. The American public knows it was corrupt. You don't indict your political opponent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And it's great that he put out several messages. There's so many of them. If you want to find out all those, go in the description box below, click on just one of them and just scroll up and down. You'll be noticing a lot of information there flowing out continually, pointing out that the last election was stolen. He never conceded it, folks. Never. Okay, so he hasn't forgotten about it. And again, we need to be thankful that he didn't just move on. And yes, we've got another election. And yes, they're going to bring out the 2020 election. And I believe since they have everything and they know it all, they're going to slowly drip that information out. While this is happening, Trump is setting traps. Santa Surfing showed us this video clip when Trump speaks after the immunity hearing arguments, and it's all, a wrap. And his attorney, John Lauro, check out what he says.
What was very significant today, and I'm sure you all caught it, is the special counsel conceded that if it was President Obama who was being prosecuted for a drone strike, then they'd have to consider immunity. But when it's not, when it's President Trump, then they're taking the position that there's no immunity for presidential acts that were required when a president is carrying out his job responsibilities. If we adopt what the special counsel wants, if we adopt what President Biden wants, then we open the Pandora's box to political prosecution after political prosecution after political prosecution. In fact, Joe Biden could be prosecuted for trying to stop this man from becoming the next president of the United States.
Sounds like a boomerang to me. I mean, we've got all kinds of information that's been flying out on that particular thing when you talk about boomerangs and more. Oh, it's just unbelievable. Like Trump's lawyers. They're arguing if Donald Trump can be prosecuted, so can George W. Bush and Barack Hussein Obama. And that's what you call the boomerang. Here's just a clip from Fox News.
The courtroom watching his lawyers argue in front of a 3-judge panel in the D.C. appeals court about whether he can be charged because he's looking for immunity since he was the president of the United States. This is all about the Jack Smith case against the president, about inciting an insurrection. His lawyers are basically trying to make examples of previous presidents, including a question of whether President George W. Bush could be prosecuted after he was president for what they say, this is a Trump lawyer saying, that Bush lied about going into war with Iraq, that the pretense was false.
Sounded like she had a hard time reading that. Doesn't it? Wasn't she the press secretary at one time? Didn't she step in for that role? Huh. Kind of had a hard time with the old Bush reading there. She served him, and it makes you wonder what in the world's going on and why she had a hard time reading that.
The other question was, could Obama be prosecuted for the killing of an American citizen by drone? They're referring to Anwar al-Awlaki. He was 16 years old, an American citizen, but deemed a terrorist. However, that designation was without a trial.
So the public conversation has begun, says MJ Truth. For this reason, it's exactly why I call him Precedent Trump. Never saw that before. P-R-E-C-E-D-E-N-T. Precedent Trump. Bush and Obama were involved in some of the most heinous crimes in American history. They're traitors to this country. Folks are waking up. They're realizing all of this and more. As Trump says, they've opened Pandora's box. He says, I caught the swamp. We have it all. He said, they've broken the veil. Now I'm allowed to do what has to be done. He said, we found out things they don't want us to know. He's taken all of these slings and arrows for our country to set the precedent for the biggest boomerang in history. Oh, yeah. And it gets even better. Let's see when we get to the legal side. Well, we got this report from Fox put out, but Nathan Wade has been paid over $1 million in legal fees as of today. Who authorized the payments to Nathan Wade? Fannie Willis. Remember Georgia? They've gone on multiple luxury vacations. Fannie Willis, the one that wants to take Trump down, and Caribbean cruises. So she's paying her boyfriend, who's writing the script.
Sex scandal is rocking President Trump's case in Georgia. The Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney, Fannie Willis, has been accused of appointing her lover as a special prosecutor in the case against Donald Trump. DA Fannie Willis is responsible for taking Trump's mugshot, also allegedly financially benefited from hiring her lover, Nathan Wade, on that Trump case. This is according to a motion that was just filed by Wade, the co-defendant. Now, who is this romantic partner who Fannie Willis hired? He was just a private attorney who's never even tried a felony case. Even the Times says he has, quote, limited experience trying high-profile cases.
Oh, my goodness.
But get this. Fannie's alleged lover has been paid nearly $1 million in legal fees already. Who authorized the payments? Oh, that would be Fannie. Where'd she get the money? Oh, that's your money. Came from the taxpayers. They've allegedly gone on luxury vacations to Napa Valley, even taking Caribbean cruises. And Fannie isn't even denying that she's hired a guy she's sleeping with to prosecute Trump.
And folks, we even have dockets where she went to visit old Biden himself in the White House, and then she charged him $250 an hour. The receipts from they sent the bill to the White House to pay for the indictment that they put against Trump, I guess. Huh? So President Trump, of course, chimes in. Has everybody seen the revelation just announced in the great state of Georgia that the Fulton County DA, Fannie Willis, who criminally indicted your favorite president, me, and many other innocent people and patriots, paid a romantic partner to prosecute the 45th president of the United States of America, and then financially benefited from the relationship. In other words, he was paid a fortune and took a beautiful Fannie on expensive, but all paid for by Georgia. Vacations to faraway lands. The Atlantic Journal Constitution said the bombshell public filing alleged that Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, a private attorney, paid for lavish vacations he took with Willis. Ay. Guys, again, somebody's put in the limelight a name that we had no clue who Fannie Willis was. Once again, President Trump and his team, they make sure that everybody knows that household name. And then after they get their fame and everybody knows who they are, and they say, oh, we're famous now. This is great. We're awesome. Let's go on vacation. We're getting paid all this money. Just great. I love it. And then it all goes public. What else might go public? President Trump here recently.
And they know the answers. I'm going to be releasing something having to do with Georgia very soon. I don't know what's foolproof, what's not, but it's pretty foolproof. It's massive theft. I'm going to be releasing things on other states. I view this as an opportunity. A lot of people would say, wow, that's a lot of big stuff.
A lot of big stuff. An opportunity. What's going on there? Releasing stuff about Georgia. Anon says from the X-Files, flood warning, the constant drip is starting to speed up, turning into a major storm. The dam is at max capacity. The operators refuse to open the floodgates to relieve the pressure. The dam is showing signs of stress like cracks, leaks, and water running over the top. Dam has reached the point of critical. Not soon the operators won't be able to hide it. Dam's going to break. The rescue mission has already been planned out and millions of patriots signed up. We are fully operational and we're watching the situation closely. And when it breaks, look for the X. We have Anons there waiting with red pills. They will brief you on the situation. It will be a lot to take in. You should confirm as much of the information as you can. We are with you. How about that, huh? And now for a break. Folks, I don't want to nag you about your diet, and I don't always eat healthy either. As a matter of fact, my wife caught me eating a whole bunch of chocolate the other day. Anyway, I'll share that the Mayo Clinic says if you want to help prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, you got to eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. That's 5 servings. I don't, and you probably don't either. That's why I take Field of Greens. Yep, I met with them, talked with them, went through this. I take it. I'm telling you, and like the others, each fruit and each vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support your vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and immune system. Field of Greens works fast. You'll feel better with more energy. I sure do. And you'll notice your skin, hair, and nails will start looking healthier too. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Let's get started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com in the description box below. Use promo code LT and you'll get 15% off. That's promo code LT at fieldofgreens.com.
Did you hear it? And then you have somebody like Nikki Haley comes along, and she's very much sort of a politician from central casting. And she's very much sort of a politician from central casting.
Drip, drip, drip.
And I just don't know which Nikki Haley is going to show up every day. She's a different person.
What makes a good movie? Good, great actors.
Those generals are going to keep us so safe. They're going to have a lot of problems the other side. They're going to look at a couple of them. These are central casting. If I'm doing a movie, I pick you, General.
Drip, drip, drip.
So central casting is 146 when you add up the numbers. Let's Go Brandon's 146. God's Shoulders 146. Excellent Hero 146. Game of Thrones 146. Art of the Comeback 146. And You Will See 146. Well, 461 happens to have those three numbers in it. What makes a movie good? Great actors. Huh. Central casting. Nikki Haley. Who would have thought? What else is going on? Oh, yeah. So we get over to the election numbers once again, those numbers that drive the left crazy. Between Biden and Trump, who do you think is more likely to win the 2024 general election? Well, in Pennsylvania, he's at 44%, President Trump, plus 11 over Biden, 33%. Michigan, he's up 41%. He's 41% to Biden's 34%. Arizona, he's at 44%, Biden's 30%. Florida, he's at 44, Biden 33. North Carolina, Trump 42, Biden 33, and Trump 39, Biden 33. A lot of 33s, man. It's like they're using those satanic Illuminati numbers. The gang of 33, 33rd degrees, all that stuff. Well, it's interesting because this election, of course, is not going the way they want it to. The numbers aren't showing it, and it seems like they're not going to be able to throw another pandemic at us. Who knows? It could happen, right? February could show up. Next thing you know, all these people are once again having to do mail-in ballots. Who knows? What they always have planned. It's always something strange. But one of the big things that we've noticed, of course, if they go to paper ballots and they get rid of the machines, which maybe they think it's going to happen because there was an exchange between James O'Keefe, and an illegal alien. Asked him if he was going to vote. Are you thinking about voting in the elections? He's talking to an illegal. And he said yes.
Biden or Trump?
Biden or Trump?
Biden?
Biden.
Estás.
Because he's given us an opportunity.
Okay.
Wow.
Biden, estás pensando.
So you're thinking that Biden provided this support. So the illegals are being told, vote for Biden. Well, why would that matter? Because remember, there was an exchange here between Mike Johnson and Jerry Nadler. Check this out.
Thanks to New York City's council, beginning January 9th, 2023, more than 800,000 non-citizens will be eligible to
This is a year ago.
Vote in municipal elections in New York. Do you agree with that policy?
No, nor non-citizens will not be eligible to vote in New York. They never have been. Well, they were in the 19th century eligible to vote in New York.
Well, no, this is a recent action. It was just passed in December.
No, that is not correct. Non-citizens have not been eligible to vote in New York or, as far as I know, in any other state since the 19th century.
That's not true. The New York City Council voted in December to allow this. It begins January 9, 2023. Cities in Vermont and Maryland already allow this, and similar measures are under consideration in Illinois, Maine, and Massachusetts right now.
The gentleman with you?
Yes.
I believe those are considerations of allowing votes in municipal elections only.
Right, but thank you. That's the point. Everybody wants to know at home, why would they allow this? Guys, they're allowing it because they're going to turn them into voters. They already are doing this in New York City, largest city in America, and this is the plan of our friends on this side to turn all the illegals into voters. That's it, folks. That's what's going on. That's the game. That's why the border's open. That's why they've dropped it. Look, I respect Ms. Lothgren and all her work in this arena. Yes, I'll yield, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to hear what you have to say about this.
As a New Yorker, I would love to think that New York is the entire country, but it is not. It is not.
and consideration is being given to permitting non-citizens to vote in New York, and I believe in the capital city of Vermont.
All right, enough of that. All we're saying is they're going to use this. Cities in Vermont, Maryland, similar measures are in consideration in Illinois, Maine, Massachusetts, all the way January 9th, 2023. How many of them have allowed this so far? Anybody out there know? Texas transported 100,000 migrants to sanctuary cities to relieve overwhelmed border towns, says Greg Abbott. Until Biden reverses course on his open border policies, Texas will continue transporting migrants to these cities. So they're participating in trafficking illegals to other places. I know. If you support Greg Abbott, it sounds terrible. If you don't, it sounds like something nefarious is going on. I don't get it. Wish I knew had all the answers, but I don't. He says, well, we're not going to back down our efforts to secure the border. Who's paying for all this movement of people? Elon Musk, open borders will kill America. He also said this is what happens when you run out of hotel rooms, Elon Musk says. Soon cities will run out of schools to vacate. Then they will come for your homes. Buses are now pulling up. I'll show this to you. They're pulling up. Dropping off illegal migrants at Madison High School in Brooklyn. The school is closing, and all 2,000 students will be doing class and virtually to accommodate the illegals. They're just piling in, going into the school. They're saying, hey, you know what? School's closed. School's not that important. School's not that important. I mean, I was going to play this later, but you know what? I think I've got a clip talking about school. Let me see. I've got it.
Do you know why people don't think it's easy to make $1 million? Because they go to school. And school is the worst thing you can send your children to. I said that. The whole school is cool, keep kids in school, that is propaganda, and here's why. Do you know who founded and funded the General Board of Education? The Rockefellers. John D. Rockefeller. Do you know what he said?
He wants everybody to be employees.
Yep. He said, I am not in the business of making a nation of thinkers. I'm in the business of making a nation of workers. Everything you learn in school, every single solitary thing about how to think, you learn because school has taught you to think that way. They taught you to think like an employee. They taught you to think like a poor person, because if everyone was rich, the economy would fall apart. Therefore, we can't have too many rich people. So what do? We put kids into indoctrination camps to show them how to be an employee. And then they go out in the world and they think like an employee. So they stay an employee. They don't become entrepreneurs. They don't become rich.
Interesting, huh? Perceptions that are out there on all this. We've homeschooled our kids. And it's been, it's paid off quite a bit. Noticed a huge difference. Not everybody can do it. And I've told you guys many times, and if you're new to this channel, I will mention it again. Why not ask the teachers who are tired to come to your community, get about 3 or 4 families together, put your money together and hire them. Create a 508c1a nonprofit Christian school. If you need the contact for a 508c1a lawyer who can put that together, just reach out to us and we'll put you in the right direction. And next thing you know, you've got yourself a school and you're teaching them how to be entrepreneurs, how to live in this world. Amazing. Simple. How many folks are willing to do that? I don't know, but let's go back to the immigration stuff. Something very interesting popped up, something that they would talk about behind closed doors, but this is brought up right in front of our face on video. Yvette D. Clark.
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. We have a diaspora that can absorb a significant number of these migrants. And when I hear colleagues talk about, the doors of the inn being closed, no room in the inn, I'm saying, I need more people in my district, but just for redistricting purposes. And those members could clearly fit here.
I need more members in my district for redistricting purposes. Are you crazy? Did you just say that? Wow. Who saw that one coming? Who knew? Very interesting, huh? We're going to go to andweknow.com, folks. That's where you can find us. Very simple website name to remember, andweknow.com. And we know actually comes from the Bible verse Romans 8:28. And we know all things work together for good to those who love the Lord, to those who are called according to his purpose. When you go to the website, you'll be able to book the At Sea with LT. It pops up for you. And you're going to notice a lot of things here. you'll notice they have our video section, discover our podcast. You'll have our partners page, which is almost done. We'll be able to list your business if you want on our site. And we've get a lot of visits here. You can also contact us. You'll watch us on Rumble, follow us on Twitter. All our links are there, and our latest videos. If you want to be a fellow member, it's amazing. You get all types of goodies there. You can subscribe to our newsletter. I've asked you guys if you could please go to our site, put your name and email in. You'll receive notifications from us every time something new comes up or we put something out. Have noticed that very few sign up for that, and just maybe I haven't been telling you enough. We just really love to have you there. You can also go to our other website, thepatriotlight.com. It's a vision that I had a long time ago. So, everybody goes to the Drudge Reporter. They're tired of going to mainstream media, and maybe they don't want to read all the junk. And so we try to put together a list of those sites that put out the news that a lot of them we trust. Not all of them are perfect, but it refreshes every 5 to 10 minutes for you. And when you go there, you're going to find home, politics, world news, markets, faith, social news, and resources. Our resources page, we're going to continue to update as much as possible with as many resources as you can get. And I tell you what, this thing is growing, and we appreciate all of your support there. And also our social media sites are on there, Facebook and Instagram. You'll find it. And wanted to show you again, I just love when I get some of these. I'll read them every now and then. LT Ock totally changed my life. My husband has been awake for many years and tried in vain to pull me along. Unfortunately, I wasn't very receptive. Enter President Trump and Ock. Your videos have made a huge difference in my life and in the lives of so many of my family and friends. I share with as many as I can. I love wearing my Ock gear every chance I get. I have hats, shirts, bags, stickers on my car, license plate frame, floor mat, and of course your book. It never fails. Awesome. When we wear Ock merch, that I meet others who know all about you in your show. New friends praying for each other. God bless you and your precious family. Thank you so much for that. Guys, remember, you can go to shop.amweknow.com. You're going to find great deals there. Find yourself a sweatshirt, a hat, a t-shirt, and more. Here's more great pictures of patriots wearing their gear.
A tough grader on myself, and I give myself an A for effort.
A border shutdown in El Paso, Texas, as hundreds force their way onto the Paso del Norte International Bridge.
The Loopville crossing has been closed due to a recent surge of migrants beyond what Border Patrol agents can handle.
Outnumbered and out-resourced, Border Patrol agents say they are struggling to keep up with this massive influx of migrants descending on our southern border. Why were you not prepared for this?
We have seen large numbers of migration in the past.
12,000 people in a single day crossing the border illegally. That's an all-time record.
How can you say the border is secure?
It is my testimony that the border is secure.
Is the border more secure now under your leadership?
Congressman, it is no less secure than it was previously.
It is quite a remarkable moment to see the DHS secretary insisting that this border is closed.
Do we have operational control? Yes or no?
Yes, we do.
By what measure is it secure now, sir?
So there is not a common definition.
That's the definition of
Based
operational
upon the
control.
definition you have, sir, up there, no.
We don't have operational control.
No, sir.
What's your definition?
What our goal is to achieve operational control of the border, to do everything that we can to support our personnel.
We feel they've turned their back on not only the Border Patrol agents, but they've sent a clear message to us in law enforcement. They're not interested in solving this.
We need to ensure that the men and women out there patrolling the border, investigating these criminal cartels, are actually allowed to do their job each and every day.
Migrants believe there's an open border.
It's open, not closed. The border is open.
I mean, there was people there that traveled 8,000 miles with no water because they're hearing that the border is open.
They believe that when the administration changed, that the law changed and policy changed, and that there was an open border.
We heard the sheriff say it the governor say it, and the migrants I spoke to say it. They're coming across because they believe they will be welcomed under the Biden administration.
The message is quite clear. Do not come. The border is closed. The border is secure.
So all this coming out. Attorney General Ken Paxton said, indeed, this is illegal voter importation, plain and simple. Wendy Patterson, breaking news. Kat Camerick, Florida Republican, says that House members told Mayorkas behind closed doors that he was about to be impeached. Mayorkas responded with a threat saying, quote, "You're not going to like what comes next." He was then asked if that was a threat, and he just smiled. Breaking, the House Oversight Committee is moving forward to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress at a hearing scheduled for today. Also, can you feel it? Can you feel it? The people are now in control. Make America great again. The age of secrets is over. The age of gatekeeping is over. The age of celebrity worship is over. The people are now in control. Donald Trump Jr., this seems like a big deal. If true, why has nothing been done about it? Court documents allege that Jeffrey Epstein recorded sex tapes of Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, and Sir Richard Branson. We're going to get into more of that a little bit later. Richard Branson, weird pics thread. There's a lot of things weird going on. And this picture here with the rabbit, you guys remember when we started covering all this in detail, showing all the stuff that was dropped for us to see on the Intel board. This one right here with the man in a rabbit outfit was one of them. And I'll show you that clip right now. There you go, from the letter Q, the one that the mainstream media tries to tell you shouldn't go to, that it's a bunch of PSYOP stuff. Well, it's a good PSYOP. Past drops important to frame context. These people need to all be eliminated. Those who know cannot sleep. What is it all about? Pictures were released. What did they do? Oh, yeah, the entire House got together and passed something saying that if you are a part of this cute thing, that you're a threat to our democracy, or whatever they did. And they signed it. And then all of a sudden, YouTube said, oh, now we've got what we needed. We're taking you down. We had 440,000 subscribers gone. We had all of our Patreon people that stayed with us gone. Teespring gone. PayPal gone. They used it. Entheos seems to be telling us that these people were not only trafficked, but eventually they were murdered. 10 Cloverfield Lane, acid in Haiti. General Flynn, every heart should break every day for the souls of these innocent babies that were tortured, abused, and yes, they were murdered by these disgusting degenerates who frequented Epstein Island. These things that have been coming out, absolutely terrible. New Epstein drop has 17 exhibits in it. Little Nas is going to drop some intel on the music industry. Jim Gaffigan took a dig at Pedowood during the Globes. Michael, is worried about Trump. Renegade is worried about Trump. Hilldog is worried about Trump. Hillary. Dems are endorsing Nikki Haley. DOD chief goes missing for days. You guys know that? He was missing for a little while. It's almost like something's happening. Anons, like, yeah, big smile on the back. Normies, oh my goodness, what's going on? And then we'll play this clip. Absolutely brilliant. How the storm rider gets
flood in real time.
This is absolute 76.
Okay. So we go back to Q 4623, Epstein Island. Who owns the surrounding islands? Close proximity. Was Maxwell a submarine pilot? How about a helicopter pilot? What benefit may that serve? Well, in the Epstein docs, we found out Maxwell is a helicopter pilot. Okay. And what came out today? Sex tapes. Epstein kept secret sex tapes of Richard Branson. Why is that important? Like Q said, Epstein Island, who owns surrounding islands? This is Epstein Island, Little St. James. Right there, not very far, very close proximity in this little grouping of islands. Nectar Island, owned by Mr. Virgin Records, Virgin Airlines. Wonder why he uses Virgin all the time. Richard Branson. Who hung out with Richard Branson? Barack Obama. Likes to go kite surfing. Fun times, fun times. Drip, drip, flood.
More stuff coming out. Grasshopper found this one. 854 posting from Dan Scavino Jr. happening now in Clinton, Iowa at a commit to caucus event with just 9 days to the Iowa caucuses. Find your location here. Interesting, because I kept wondering, man, why would they have an event in Clinton, Iowa, especially when Clinton's tied to the Epstein list and more? I thought the timing was just interesting. Well, the timing also, if you look at the drops, the timing of the video release of who? HRC doing some terrible things to children. We have it all. The nail in many coffins. Impossible to defend. The doubters will soon be believers. Toxic to those connected. Impossible to defend. They're going to try to defend. It's going to be impossible. And then there's a reminder. We have to work together. We're only as strong as your voice. You must organize and be heard. We have to stay organized, folks. We have to continue to work together to get information out. And then this was years in the making. That reminder wasn't hours, months, days, years in the making. You know, posted this at 2054. You got the 854, and then you reverse the numbers to 4502. And that's where you get the timing of the video release. Coincidence? I think it's a strange coincidence that the timing of the visit to Clinton, Iowa happened at the same time that Clinton's being exposed as being part of that island. Let's see. What else did President Trump bring up recently? Well, I'm going to show you that in a moment. First, I want to show you this. Folks, are you struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? The IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents, and sending millions of final demand letters. Well, in these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. No matter your tax issue size, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to reduce your debt significantly. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. Importantly, they are licensed to help with all state tax issues, regardless of where you live in the United States. The clock's ticking. Don't wait until the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future now. Go in the description box below and click on that link, tnusa.com/andweknow, or call 1-800-245-6000. Don't let your tax issues overpower you. Again, go in the description box below, tnusa.com/andweknow.
We have an economy that's incredible. We have an economy that's so fragile. And the only reason it's running now is it's running off the fumes of what we did, what the Trump administration. It's just running off the fumes. And when there's a crash, I hope it's going to be during this next 12 months, because I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. The one president, I just don't want to be Herbert Hoover. But what they've done is incredible. What they're doing with all of this money, the trillions and trillions of dollars of waste.
So here we are, once again, talking about the crash. He hopes that's within 12 months. And he doesn't want to be a Herbert Hoover. Interesting to have those type of comms come out. We talk about money almost every single week with Dr. Kirk Elliott. And I just encourage you guys to go check him out. If you don't have time to listen to him, you can actually reach out to him at andweknow.com/gold. Here's a clip from that interview.
And everybody's equally wealthy. No, everybody in communism is equally poor, right? Because you take away the incentive to succeed, right? And so your God-given gift, the abilities that you have, the creativity, the wisdom, the discernment, all of that, it's like there's no incentive to do anything, right? So this is the world that they want. And what we want as believers is the opposite of that. We want the opportunity to thrive and to be what God created us to be. So here's the problem. Let's say that you and your wife, you're having financial problems, right? And your debt is greater than your income for years. So, okay, it's finally time we have to file for bankruptcy. We're done, right? So what's true for an individual is also true for a nation. This is why when our debt becomes greater than the gross domestic product of the nation, you lose the ability to ever pay off your debt. It's not there. It's mathematically impossible when that happens.
So it's amazing how he continues to point out things every single week. We've had a lot of questions come in, and we'll have another interview soon at some of the things that he's been bringing up recently. It's absolutely amazing. Again, you can reach out to him. A lot of folks have been seeing things happen since we started 2024, folks. It has been absolutely mind-blowing, hasn't it? Ultra Pepe Lives Matter reminds us to sum up the first week of 2024. Social media is demanding the Epstein client list. We found out Clinton likes to be with young girls, and Prince Andrew allegedly had some bad things to do with children and lied about everything. An adjacent honeypot to Harvard was inexplicably exposed at the same time. The woke professor steps down, and Epstein's connections were emphasized. Pedowood lover Jimmy Kimmel had a meltdown after being accused of the connections to Epstein. We already know he's part of that whole thing. Stephen Hawking is now a proven pedo in the eyes of the public, further diminishing trust in the science. New and improved Fetterman has transformed himself into a logical person. Whoopi Goldberg got nervous. Crazy. Cat Williams openly exposed the cabal and their blackmail of comedians. We have a tunnel exposed. Richard Branson exposed. Adam Schiff somehow maintained his head upon that pencil neck, and that was only week one. This year's going to be wild. We have several weeks to go. And then we have this continuation from Aaron Rodgers on the Truther Comedian, what we've been up to and how important it's been lately. It's a brilliant takedown here.
You know, and it's not just me. It's nowhere near just me. I mean, if you look at all the different people who've been censored from the internet especially during COVID, the canceling that went on, the censorship, using the government to try and censor people that happened. And if that doesn't work, then they go to name calling. I mentioned a lot of the names that I've been called, and they don't stick because I'm not anti-vax. I'm interested in informed consent and things that are in the best interest of my body. I'm not a MAGA. I've never had any affiliation with anybody associated with that movement, right? Which is okay if you are, though. Like, there's different opinions all over the place, right? If you're that's your ideology, that's fine. I'm not a super political person. Okay, do whatever you want. Conspiracy theorists, that's fine. Because if you look at the track record of conspiracy theorists in the last few years, they've been right about a lot of things. So I don't care about that one. Anti-Semite, that was called, I mean, that's just like, this is their game plan. They use these words to cancel people, and they went and ran with this because it's the crazy anti-vaxxer wacko again, talking about, accusing somebody of being a pedophile. Like, of course, this is the game plan that they use. Incorrect, but that's the environment that we're in. There's a lot of people who have been captured by various, entities, government entities, whether we're talking about pharmaceutical industrial complex or whether we're talking about believing that the government has a best interest in mind and we're puppeting, various narratives. In the end, if you are not someone whose opinion aligns with the mainstream narrative, this is what they're going to do with you. And it's not me. I'm not a victim. Say whatever the hell you want about me. That's fine. Like, the people that know me and love me, you know what I'm all about. My teammates know what I'm all about. I don't have,
most inspiring teammate, by the way. Congratulations. Won an award in the middle of this whole thing from your teammates. Prima donna, obviously.
Some people puked because of that.
Yeah. Saw a guy cry.
But listen.
Saw a guy cry because you were named the most inspirational teammate.
Should we say?
That was not like joy, tears of joy.
I still, in the end, to sum this up, listen, I still haven't popped a bottle because there hasn't been any list that's come out. And I'm glad that Jimmy is not on the list. I really am. And I don't think he's the P word. And I think it's impressive that a man who went to Arizona State and has 10 joke writers can read off a prompter. So
interesting that he would say that at the very end. Interesting. He says the list hasn't come out yet. He's claiming that he's not on the list. Well, how could you make that claim if the list hasn't come out? And why would you bring that up now? Very interesting. Julian's Rum, their hopeless effort to tie Trump to Epstein is a good thing because it forces a constant flow of national conversation about Epstein. In other words, Trump derangement syndrome is fueling widespread awareness of Epstein and his operation. Boy, isn't that true? Never even thought about it like that. Other things, Ultra Peppy Lives Matter showed us this clip. All the pedos from Epstein Island stick together. Guess who took Stephen Hawking to space? Richard Branson, yeah. Didn't really take him to space. The masses now know that Hawking was inexplicably literal pedo, a comical wording in hindsight by the Telegraph. Stephen Hawking had a lust for life and therefore wanted to travel to space with Branson. Notice how Obama stays close with all these people. Robin Williams knew what a pervert Stephen Hawking was. Sometimes I wonder, this is Ultra Peppy Lives Matter, he wonders if one of the main people to expose the cult in Hollywood was him. Remember what Q said in Drop 19. Who exposed the pedo network within Hollywood? You can't answer the above, but will laugh once disclose details. The network which controls this false narrative, which in turn keeps the black population under control, is being dismantled. Anyone else wonder if Robin Williams was a white hat? Check this clip out.
Just to hang out with Stephen Hawking. Oh, wow. Nice day to hang out with me. They say he goes to strip clubs. That's wild.
Yeah.
Laptop dance. Now for me. Now work it, girl. Take me to the event horizon. There we go. Now, what a great idea to have fun now. You know I want it. Now, don't sit on the keyboard. Delete, 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 delete. I'm sorry. Where did you go with that one?
Yeah. So interesting with Robin Williams. A lot of things that he was involved in that I didn't agree with at all. I didn't agree with the stand-up comedy. It was constantly filled with nasty words. We're not supposed to let any nasty language proceed out of our mouths. There were some touching movies that he did when he played a parent for the movie about RVs that we enjoyed. But other than that, that's about it. And it seemed like his movies got darker and darker as he got closer and closer to supposedly the end of his life. If he actually did commit suicide, who knows? Hardly anybody knows. Sometimes they say that they will fake their deaths just because they're so tired and worn out, or they fake their deaths because they're going to be used by the white hats to go do the thing that they need to do, which is give up all the info on everything that they know. Who knows? I'm just taking wild assumptions here. Ultra Peppy Lives Matter continue. It's all making sense now. The people who have committed crimes against children, literal treason, have been on a mission to eliminate the death penalty. That's right. Richard Branson, he's been on a crusade to bring forgiveness and the complete elimination of executions in America. Obama and company all want Gitmo to be shut down. What are they so afraid of? Interesting. You know, Q the Storm Rider even told us 34 million views hit the Cat Williams interview where he talks about the cabal controlling the industry, including P. Diddy wanting to pay for sex, Harvey Weinstein wanting to give some bad things in public, and why powerful black men in the entertainment industry are forced to wear dresses in TV and film. Cat Williams, 34 million views as the black entertainment and viewers looking into satanic cult and Illuminati, and several musicals are coming forward on sexual allegations against the elites and industry. Massive storm has hit the black community of awareness. Well, behind the scenes, the stage is being set by the white hats to ensure black voters will move swiftly into the Great Awakening movement and put the weight behind Trump. A massive uncoverings of corruption among black DNC leaders, Black Lives Matters, and the black entertainment industry connected to Epstein and pedophilia network is going to hit. And in the same moment, the corruption of voting systems in the black communities is going to be exposed. Even Dave Chappelle knew exactly what Cat Williams meant about dress humiliation. In case you guys didn't know, they make them wear dresses. He called it early on. No wonder they wanted to cancel Dave Chappelle. Here we go.
It's like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, wow, all these brothers got to wear a dress. This happened to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in. The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress on. And, what? A prostitute? No, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. No, the pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this. And then finally he's like, and he leaves. And then like the director comes, Dave, it really would be great if you wear the dress. What is wrong? What is this, Brokeback Mountain in here? So then, wear the dress. I don't want to wear the dress. I want to wear this dress. You know what I mean? This is, oh gosh, it's so difficult. They leave. Now the producers comes, come on, David, would be so great. I mean, and then I started thinking about it. All the comics that I've seen, man, you know, strong brothers, why they be putting us in these dresses? But the minute it was clear, I was adamant, I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. That comes back 10 minutes later, the whole new scene. You write the scene so fast. You know, it's like, so you got to take a step.
So there we are. The exposure of the humiliation, all that stuff is starting to make its waves through the social media platforms and more. Interesting how all this is just blowing up so quickly. 34 million views for that Cat Williams interview. What really needs to be something that wakes people up would be what's happened with the pandemic as they scared everybody to getting the jabs. I got this note. I wanted to read it to you. Hello, LT and family. You're my news station. I also subscribe to your son's Bowling Bros YouTube channel to support them and your family. I'm originally from Montana. Went back to visit family this past August and got to have dinner with my friend. Took pictures of their M&O shirts. This journey has been a really tough journey as I lost my husband in September 2021 to the hospital death protocol using remdesivir and other drugs. I knew all about what was happening in the hospitals, but felt like I had no other choice but to take my husband to the ER. Huge mistake. I refused the treatments for remdesivir, continued to ask for ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, high-dose intravenous vitamin C, D, zinc, etc., along with budesonide, but was refused all the treatment except remdesivir. I still refused. The next morning I came to the hospital. PCP told me my husband agreed to the protocol for the hospital. He was gone 4 days later. And these are the things that we're talking about. These are the things that we have to be reminded. And while all this other stuff is happening around us, trafficking, tunnels, and more, it seems like we're slowly forgetting that people are losing loved ones every single day. And it's breaking our hearts. Now, I've got an interview that we're releasing. We hope it will be released this Saturday. We've been praying as a team for a long time that somebody would walk up, send us some information, and we'd have the right products. Instead of having 50 things to do to help you with your body, maybe, just maybe, there's something out there when taken that could help with folks that are having issues like this. And we're putting it together. We had the one with the, you know, you can't say that it heals certain things, right? But you can say, here's what it's done for other people. And this is why it was developed with natural products from God's wonderful earth. He put these things on the earth for us to use. And it's breaking my heart. We're going to hopefully show you some more on that in the near future. Okay? So as we go into all of these things, as we notice more and more terrible stuff happening to so many people throughout this earth, we have to be reminded we're in the fight of our lives. We're trying the best we can to get the truth out, expose evil. We're told in the scriptures to expose evil, folks. And in part of exposing it, we've also provided, kind of reminds me that we have a Bible study that I do every Saturday also, if you want to download that audio from our site, andweknow.com. But just want to remind you, every single person that we find out about who goes against President Trump, it seems like they're exposed later for their corruption. Fannie Willis. Seems like all they try to do is cover up the things that they're up to. Bringing in illegals to vote. Bringing in illegals to have their districts changed. I mean, all this information is starting to flow. We're starting to catch them. What do we do with this information? Tell as many people as possible. We get involved locally in our town hall meetings and more. And we gather together and we pray for this nation. This nation has been falling apart. We took the scriptures out of schools. I think it was the 50s. We took prayer out of schools, the 50s and 60s, around there. And then what happens to replace all that? Darkness. And then the enemy creeps in and he starts sharing what he has to offer. Before you know it, Hollywood gets involved, CIA and all these others, and they start getting into your mind. They start taking our children. They start doing terrible things, and they think they're going to get by with it. They think that they are God. They think that they have power over all of us. Well, when we're walking with our Almighty Father, he tells us all the time, do not fear. Do not fear. MJ Truth's trajectory analysis of all events occurring around the world and here in the United States implies something major is on the horizon. What's on the horizon? I don't know exactly, but what I do know deep down in my gut is that there is a spiritual aspect to all of this, and we must certainly pray for God to lead us right now. Whatever it is you believe is occurring, I hope everyone understands the implications of the paths before us. We could lose this country and future generations, our children, will be engulfed by darkness as a result from our failure to seize the moment. What can we do? Pray with all your heart. Ask God to guide our steps right now. Ask God to show us the steps we need to take, and most importantly, take those steps he's urging you to take. Fight back locally. Lead your communities on the principalities this country was founded upon. Fight back with information. If you see an untruth, fire back with the truth and be relentless in unleashing the truth. Unshakable faith.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for how you continue to guide and direct our lives and answer prayer. Our hearts are heavy for those that are losing loved ones. Our very own family's been affected, our close family members having issues due to things that they were told to trust. Now their bodies are in pain and turmoil. Almost everyone is affected, and you know that. And we certainly hope that there are things that you've placed on this earth, people, ways that we can get around all of this. But for now, we know that we can trust you, that you're in control, and that you are in some amazing way through all this darkness able to shine a bright light of your salvation to the many people who need it. And so we do, as we go through this day by day, ask you for protection of all of those that are on the front lines, all of those that are fighting to get the truth out, all of those that are living in loneliness because they stood for the truth. They stood on your word, and they're living by faith each day. May we be comforted. May you bring folks alongside us to continue to be our friends. And I'm just reminded as people told you, hey, your mom, brothers and sisters are here. And he says, who is my mother? Who's my brothers and sisters but you, who do the will of my Father? Amazing. So we thank you once again for how you continue to just help us out. We certainly need it. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ, my Savior. Amen and amen. Folks, thank you so much for tuning in. Again, if you could hit that follow button, subscribe button, and like, really appreciate that. We're trying to get our viewers up, and we really do appreciate you. A lot of things going on, a lot of interviews, a lot of just so many things that God's been putting in front of us, and we're working hard to get that put together for you. So for now, this is LT saying Semper Fi, with them we know, signing out.
All right, and I'm stopping it there because of the fact that I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna take the strike for audio. Well, actually, I'll let the outro go, but I'm just turning off the audio for it. Just not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. It wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. Yep. All right. So that is the last one that I have for you guys for today. I will be going through my X feed and everything. I may come back on later on today and do another one, based upon what gets released today, and see what happens. But in all that, those of you that did not get the beginning of today's podcast, I recommend the first hour. Absolutely. I would go back and watch that. It would be well worth your time. And for those of you that know what I'm talking about, there's somebody there delivering a message, and we welcome him home. It is wonderful to see. The light has not left him at all. He's held on to it, and that is so awesome. And his stories of what has happened with him and what he went through as a J6er, was inspirational. So we'll keep So with that, I'm going to wish you all a great day. Enjoy your evening. And if anything real big happens, I'll come back on. But for now, God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Peace. Yeah, and one day I will finish that song. One day. Not yet, but soon. Peace.